testing, testing, mic testing, 1 2, mic testing, 1 2, mic testing, 1 2, mic testing, 1 2. Test live. Test. Audio testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Passion Wave at Jurong Lake, and we are gathered here today for the Singapore Dragon Boat Century 2022. Okay, the time on my watch is 8:18. In a very short while, we'll be launching the first heats in the Century Open Group A races, where we will see 6 teams do battle. The first heat we will see. Give me a minute here. Okay, the first hit we will see the team Pels versus Japan Dragons, followed by the teams in hit number 2, Liechtenstein Princely Navy versus Team Kia Splash, and the teams in hit number 3, the Armada versus Kalasak. Okay, coming to you now, as you can see from the screen, the teams, the paddlers, the athletes are boarding their boats, and the boats are making their way to the start line. If you are wondering why it's a little bit dark, well, that's because we are covered by heavy clouds, and we are hoping and praying that it won't rain, or at least won't rain at the moment, as our camera crew adjusting the aperture on their cameras to make it a little bit bright. But trust me, it is not that bright. Even though you're looking at the screen, it looks bright and sunny. Okay, once again, welcome to Jurong Lake. My name is Rizal. I'm from the Singapore Dragon Boat Association, and on behalf of the Chief Official, Mr. Gordon Choi, welcome all to the Dragon Boat Century 2022. The Dragon Boat Century was first started in the year 2017, so it is the youngest dragon boat race in Singapore, and it is the traditional curtain raiser for Singapore's dragon boat racing calendar. It is a super sprint event at 100 meters racing distance only, hence the name Century, 100 Century. The race was designed to initially help teams to try out their newbies, or help teams just coming out from the season break to get back into racing. So the short distance is also a great equalizer by leveling the field between new and experienced teams, because in this race, the team that starts well wins. So from humble beginnings in 2017 with only 60 teams, now we have more than over 130 teams participating in the Century race. So it is a race that we have carefully nurtured, and now it has grown to a size that is almost similar to our other major races, the Dragon Boat Festival, but to a little bit lesser extent, the Singapore Regatta. Going back to the screen, we are looking at boat number 3. That would be the Liechtenstein Princely Navy making their way to the start line. These guys will be in heats number 2. Yes, it is a nice. It is actually a beautiful morning, not so hot, but the dark skies look threatening, and really we are hoping. We planted red chili, green chili, red chili padi, green chili padi, which is Eastern midwife tale, how to stave off the rain. Hopefully it works, so that we can have a day of racing without rain. In the meanwhile, you can see the teams at the start line. The first 2 teams from the heat 1, they are about to be called into the start line by the starter. So once they are ready to race, we will do the races. Okay, we are at the beautiful Passion Wave at Jurong Lake, which is part of the People's Association, or PA, a statutory board whose mission is to promote racial harmony and social cohesion here. Okay, nicknamed PAWV Jurong. This center turned operational in 2019, so it is a young center. And Passion Wave was formerly known as PA Water Venture, and is PA's specialist community club offering waterfront lifestyle programs to the community. PAWV provides safe, affordable, and exciting courses, programs, and activities for the community. Not only on water, there are also some other land programs or classroom programs as well. And Passion Wave Jurong is the first waterfront facility in western part of Singapore that offers water sports and lifestyle programs. And they are accessible for everyone, from families to youth and working professionals. And apart from dragon boating, Passion Wave also offer kayaking, paddle boating, arts, F&B, and health and wellness programs. Like I mentioned, water sports, land activities, as well as classroom activities. And Passion Wave has been collaborating with us, the Singapore Dragon Boat Association, for a very long time. In fact, we have partnered in various dragon boating events as well as activities. The Century Race is a prime example of one event where we have been collaborating since its inception in 2017. A little bit about us, the Singapore Dragon Boat Association, or SDBA. We were formed in 1987. And dragon boating actually began in Singapore when Hong Kong invited Singapore to participate in the Hong Kong Dragon Boat Festival in 1987. And with the help of the Penang Dragon Boat Association that provide technical help with policies, procedures, and processes, SDBA officially came into being in the year 1987. If you can hear in the background, the starter just did a test start for the benefit of the race control or race tower for the race officials, so that they can calibrate their cameras and their listening devices to the starter's signal. Going back to a little bit story about SDBA, our founding members are the People's Association, Singapore Sports Council, now known as Sports Singapore, the Singapore Tourism Board, and Singapore Armed Forces. And when we started in 1987, we only had 12 teams, but now we are very happy to report to you that we have 130 registered teams with about 10,000 cart-carrying dragon boaters in Singapore. And we also do 5 major dragon boat races in Singapore, which is on our racing calendar. That means we're averaging a race every 2.5 months. Okay, so the Century Race being one of them. Okay, can tengok start line. Okay, going to the start line. This is Century Open Group number 1, heat number 1. In boat number 1 will be the team from PALS, Paddlers Against Limits, and they will do battle against the team in boat number 2, Japan Dragons. We are looking at Japan Dragons now. The blue samurais in their blue jerseys. Japan Dragons, formed in 1999, the only Japanese dragon boat team in Singapore. Their opponent will be the team from PALS, a club team formed by the merger of ABD Amro, RBS, and Team Paddle Pops back in 2009. They are also affiliated to Choa Chu Kang Town, whose name literally means Mr. Chua, the head man in charge of the plantation. That's Choa Chu Kang. Okay, PALS is also known for their cheer PALS Ping Ah during races, which means PALS all the way. PALS team members hail from all walks of life, diverse cultures and ages, and they operate on an all-inclusive yet keenly competitive team policy. So that is PALS, Team PALS. Okay, enlarge race not start. Enlarge race not start. I think the teams are ready. Okay, I will explain the start process in a little bit, perhaps before the start of Heat 2, because Heat 1 is ready to go, and we will be crossing over to the race starter. Looks like Pels have disengaged from the whole buoy. Could be a technical issue or just could be that the buoy just slipped off the hand. So basically for the start process, the frontmost paddler is required to pick up the whole buoy to keep the boat steady, whereas it is the steer that will need to make sure that the boat is pointed straight and center down the race course. So the frontmost paddler holding the buoy, he can actually release the buoy at the command, "Are you ready?" Because the purpose of holding the buoy is just to keep the boat aligned and in position. That is all. In terms of alignment, whether the two teams are in line and ready to race would be the responsibility of the starter, who has a datum point that he's using as a marker to see that both dragon heads are in fact in line. Starter Pels is not aligned. So last minute commands from the starter, trying to get the team's dragon head in line, to be in line. And we're gonna crossing over to the starter now.
Are you ready? Attention!
And here we go. Pels, the team nearest to you, versus Japan Dragons, the Blue Samurais, team away from you. And it is Pels that has jumped ahead from the start, and they are doing pretty well. Pels coming to the midpoint. Looks like it's going to be Pels crossing the midpoint first, but don't discount Japan Dragons yet. Now if they pick up their speed now, pick up their stroke rate, trying to catch Pels. Has Japan Dragons done enough to overtake Pels right at the end here? This is going down all the way to the end of the line. Pels again stealing the lead, and looks like they will be able to maintain this with strong strokes as they pull away, crossing the finish line first, qualifying to the semi-finals. Japan Dragons will have a second crack at this as they will go to the rapid charge now. That was quite a nice accelerating race early in the morning. Pell started well, took the lead, but towards the midpoint, Japan Dragons caught up, and they were about on par for a little bit before Pels changed gear and surged ahead to claim these heats. So I'm actually listening to the race officials behind me discussing the race. It is obvious that Pels has claimed the heat and will be going to the semi-finals. Japan Dragons, another chance in the rapid charge. Going back to the races, you are looking at the team in boat number 4, Team Kia Splash, who will be challenging the team in boat number 3, Liechtenstein Princely Navy, in heat number 2. Hello everyone, sorry about the silence just now. This is what happened when you're a big sized person in a small room, and when you move, you get yourself entangled with the cables, and you accidentally yank the cable out. Anyway, we got that sorted out, and so we are back. So now we are looking at the teams in heat number 2 lining up at the start line. Okay, the start process will require the frontmost paddler, be him on the right or on the left, to hold the whole buoy. The small yellow buoy, you can see the front paddler picking up this buoy now. So that's the whole buoy. He will pick it up and he will hold on to it, and he is permitted to release the buoy at the command, "Are you ready?" Because the purpose of the buoy is just to make sure that the boat don't drift, because Jurong Lake is notorious for crosswind conditions. And when that happens, your boat will move sideways. So we can see both teams have hook up and ready to go. Once again, Liechtenstein Princely Navy, or the Navy for short, versus Team Kia Splash, which has a very colorful history. Kia Splash is actually the merger, was formed by the merger of two ex-rivals, very, very strong rivals in 1993. Basically, yeah, the starter has just signaled that the team is ready to start. I was about to tell you the story of Kia Splash. Maybe we'll reserve that for another day. Oh no, not another day. No more race. For another time. So now the sudden hush of silence as everybody waits the start signal.
Hold water. 4-4 back pedal. Roll number 2. When I say hold water, why you roll forward? Back pedal.
Oh, that is almost a false start offense.
Are you ready? Attention!
And there we go. Heat number 2. The Navy, lane 2 nearest to you, versus Kia Splash in lane 4 away from you. And here they come. Two teams which are on par at the moment now. Let's see which team cross the midpoint first. Looks like it's Navy that crosses the midpoint first. Can Navy hold their lead? Kia Splash has just changed gears. They are picking up speed now. And looks like Kia Splash is in a slight lead, but the Navy, I don't think they're gonna let this slide, and they're gonna give their all. And here they come, the Navy going to cross the finish line ahead of Kia Splash, qualifying to the semi-final. Once again, Kia Splash will now meet Japan Dragons in the rapid charge. Good even race until the midpoint, and then the Navy started to move forward, but Kia Splash keep up with them until the last few meters, perhaps the last 25 meters, where the strength of the Navy came to fore, and they were able to outstroke Kia Splash to claim heat number 2. So now you are looking at the teams in heat number 3. This is boat 6, Kalasak, who will do battle with the Armada in boat number 5. Kalasak is named after the battle shield of ancient Filipino warriors, and they were formed in 2019, a very young team. And they picked the name Kalasak because Kalasak is the symbol of courage, strength, and unwavering will of the Filipinos. Their crew members mainly coming from different nationalities. Majority are Filipino foreign workers, and with a mix of Singaporeans and Myanmar citizens as well. Their opponent is the team known as the Armada, which was formed in, if I'm not mistaken, it was formed in the early 2000s, consisting of nationalities mainly from Spain. But now they have also embraced many nationalities besides from their country of origin. So back to the start line. This is heat number 3. Armada nearest to you versus Kalasak. Okay, timekeeper and the satay ready to start, and we're going to crossover.
Hold water.
Stand by.
6, back pedal. 4-5, hold water. 4-6, hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
Nice start now. Armada versus Kalasak. Here they come right from the start, right from zero. And look at Armada. Look at that power. Can they hold that power? But as they come to the midpoint, Armada will cross the midpoint first. They are already slightly ahead. So now it's a battle of mental prowess. Can Armada hold this? Or if they are not careful, Kalasak may be able to steal this under their noses. Here they come the last 25 meters. Armada is still ahead. It looks like they're able to maintain, they're able to hold, and Armada gonna cross the line to claim the semi-final berth. But Kalasak will have another crack at this, and they will join Japan Dragons and Kia Splash in the rapid charge. As they turn towards the pontoon for a short rest. Okay, we'll be right back because I have a sudden urge to go to the toilet. And welcome back. I'm back from my visit to the toilet. And so you are looking at teams that are still in the Century Open Group 1, but these are the teams going into the rapid charge, where in lane number 2, the lane nearest to you will be the team from Japan Dragons. This rapid charge will be a 3-boat race. Forgot to mention that earlier. So this will be a 3-boat race. In lane 2, nearest to you will be Japan Dragons, the only Japanese team in Singapore in their blue samurai jerseys. In lane number 3 will be the team from Kia Splash. Kia Splash, as I mentioned earlier, has a very, very colorful history, and I think I have time to tell you some story. Once upon a time, Kia Splash were two separate teams, and they were very, very fierce rivals. Okay, in 1993, these two rivals decided to merge because of common goal. Okay, and Kia Splash, as you can see from their name, actually came from Team Kia, which was made up of graduates from NTU. Similarly, Team Splash were graduates from NUS. They were bitter rivals at one time, and they compete vigorously in the Prime Minister's Cup, NUS versus NTU. So when they graduated, so that rivalry was also still intense. Over time, because of their similar recruitment policy, they set aside their historical differences to build on each other's strengths, scoring successes in numerous competitions. Hence, they become Team Kia Splash, keeping the names of the original teams. And Kia Splash is one of the stronger local Singapore club teams. In the late 90s, early 2000s, Kia Splash is synonymous to a successful local team. Okay, right now, they are in the rapid charge of the Century Open Group 1, where the other team in this tribute race is the team Kalasak Dragons, okay, which has a beautiful origin story behind the name. Okay, which is Kalasak refers to the battle shield of ancient Filipino warriors, the symbol of courage, strength, and unwavering will, which is also synonymous to dragon boating. That's what dragon boat is all about. Another interesting fact about Team Kalasak, they were originally mountaineers, but since landing in Singapore, no mountains in Singapore, except for Mount Faber, Mount Alvernia, those kind of mounts, few meters tall. So they abandoned mountaineering and decided to do dragon boating instead. And Kalasak is a very young team, formed in 2019 only. Okay, but they never stopped embracing the challenge of dragon boat competitions by participating in both local and international races. For a young team, they are rather big, with 50 members from different nationalities. Although majority are from the Philippines, they do have members who are local Singaporeans as all Myanmarese citizens. So as you can see, the three teams making their way to the start line. Okay, we'll be crossing over to the starter soon. In the meantime, I will be right back. Starter has indicated that he's ready to start. The teams have all hooked up, as you can see here. Kalasak in the green PFD, the blue Samurais, Japan Dragons. Oh no, that's Kia Splash, beg your pardon. And there's the blue Samurais, the Japan Dragons, nearest to you. Crossing over to the starter for the start of the rapid charge.
Go 6, 1 stroke back. Hold water. Go 2 back. Go 4 back. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
That is a signal that starts the rapid charge of the Century Open Group 1. And here we have Japan Dragons nearest to you, Kia Splash in the middle, and Kalasak, those guys in the green PFDs. And here they come towards the midpoint. It's going to be Kia Splash that will cross the midpoint first. Can Kia Splash hold the lead? Look at Kalasak go. Kalasak has just caught up with Kia Splash. Can Kia Splash defend this lead, or will it be Kalasak that has the last oomph to overtake Kia Splash? And here comes Kalasak, just a dragon head in front of Kia Splash, and Kalasak have done enough. Yes, they have done enough to withstand the challenge from Kia Splash. In fact, they overtook Kia Splash, who reached the midpoint ahead of the rest of the pack. But it's going to be Kalasak that will claim the rapid charge and will join the other semi-finalists. Fantastic, strong performance from Kalasak. Well done. Okay, here is the official result of Century Open Group 1 Rapid Charge between Japan Dragons, Team Kia Splash and Kalasak. Winner by one dragon boat head, Team Kalasak, who will proceed to the semi-finals. And thank you very much to Team Kia Splash and to Japan Dragons for putting up a fantastic fight against Kalasak. Please remember to pick up the ice cream or frozen yogurt on your way in Boat Marshall. No, what I meant is don't release semi-final one. The rapid charge winner has not gotten to the first one. Otherwise, like semi-final one, we have a long runway to final. So semi-final two, very short. Yes, so we try to make it even. This is semi-final one that you are looking at the start line. This is the Pels, the team Pels in lane 2 nearest to you versus the Navy. Crossing over to the starter, we're about to start this race, semi-final one.
Go one back. Go one back. Go one back, brother. 12 one, back pedal. The last rower, you're doing forward, back pedal. Go 3, back pedal. Go 1 hole, go 3 back, go 3 back. Go 1 hole. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
Start of semi-final 1. Pels. Boat 1 nearest to you versus the Navy. The lane further away from you. And look at Pels go right from the right of the start. Strong strokes from Pels. And here they come at the midpoint. It's going to be Pels crossing the midpoint first. Okay, can the Navy squeeze out the last ounce of energy like they did in their heats to overtake and to win the race? Can the Navy do that here? But Pels is quite strong and is slightly ahead. And here towards the last 25 meters is going to be Pels. By just a little head, that's going to win this race. Oh, that was very close. Very, very close. From where I'm at, I thought the separation was 1 dragon head. Looks like it is much, much closer than that. And so, to keep you in suspense, I will not disclose who is the winner. In fact, I will have to capo and go and look at the race officials to see which team actually crossed the finish line first. Looks like the Navy, after starting slightly, no, not starting, after being behind of Pels at the midpoint, their final surge was rather very strong. And we have to refer to the high-speed camera now to determine whether has the Navy done enough. Has the Navy done enough? So that is the question now that we are referring to all the high-tech cameras that we have here to answer. Has the Navy done enough to catch and overtake Pels? Or has Pels done enough to defend the lead that they held from start until the last 10 meters? Nothing like a good suspense story. As we see the two teams heading back to the pontoon. Okay, as we take a look at the pontoon, the two teams that have just done battle, Pels, and that's the Navy already hooked up. They are now awaiting their fate because we are looking at the high-speed camera as well as the high HD video camera. 2 cameras to determine which team actually crossed first because it was that very close. And here is the official results of Century Open Group 1 Semi-Final 1, the battle between Pels and the Liechtenstein Princely Navy. Winning by a very, very little margin, Team Pels, who will now proceed to the finals. Well done, the Navy. Fantastic fight. It was a very, very close run, very, very close finish. And now we are back to the start line where we are looking at the teams in semi-final 2 about to be brought under the starters' control. We are looking at Kalasak, who won the rapid charge in their lime green PFD, making sure that nobody can mistook them for any other team. Beautiful green. And they will do battle with the Armada, who had a very strong and convincing win in their heats just now. And here is the Armada. Okay, timekeeper has just signaled wrong, the other way around. Starter has just signaled the timekeeper that he is ready to start. And timekeeper, our sweet timekeeper, our timekeeper Mei Mei, replied that she is also ready for the race to start. You're looking at the boats lining up, crossing over to the starter for the start of semi-final 2.
Boat 6. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And here we go, Armada nearest to you versus Kalasak away from you, red versus green. And here, take a look at that stroke from Armada. Very, very strong, fast strokes. They are already surging ahead. Half boat length, I believe, to the midpoint is going to be Armada. Unless they experience a catastrophic failure, Armada should win this because they are holding that line and they are holding it strong. They should be able to defend. And as we reach the last 25 meters where we're going to pan out and look at the strength of Armada, half a boat length already as they cross the finish line and going to the finals. But let's not discount Kalasak, a very, very young team established in 2019 during COVID some more. Hats off to you, Kalasak, for squeezing in the time to train during COVID where everybody also have to stay home. What secret you have? So as we look at the teams turning to the pontoon, that's Armada who has turned first, and now Kalasak is turning towards the pontoon. We will now take a short breather as we wait for the finals coming up, where we will see Armada doing battle with Team Pels. Okay, we are going to take a short little break until we are ready to do the finals of Century Open Group 1. Okay, welcome back to the Century Open Group 1 finals, where you will get to see Pels versus Armada. This time it will be Pels. Oh, Pels is still in lane 2 and Armada in lane 4. Starter has just called them to come to the start line to hook themselves up, ready for the race. This is for the Century Open Group 1 title. Who shall it be? With Armada or Pels? Looks like Armada has already hooked up, and here come Pels into the racing lane. Their frontmost peddler is about to pick up the buoy. We have also received the signal from the starter that he is ready to start. And Timekeeper is also ready to start. As the teams get themselves ready at the start line, we'll be crossing over to the starter for the start of the finals of the Century Open Group 1. Team Pels, or Paddlers Against Limits versus Armada. Okay, to the starter we go.
Group 1, back pedal. Go for whole water. Group 1, back pedal. Group 1, back pedal. Group 5 hole. Group 1 hole. Group 5 back. Group 5 back, 1 stroke. Group 5 back, 1 stroke. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
And here we go, the finals of the Century Open Group 1. Pels nearest to you versus Armada. Both are strong teams and both have strong, fast strokes at the beginning, right of 0. And who will hit the midpoint first is going to be... I don't know, I can't see from where I am. Looks like they are on par. But anyway, here they come towards the last bit of the race course, the last 25 meters. This will show us, hopefully, who is in the lead. It is Armada slide in the lead. Can Armada hold this? Oh, look at Pels from behind. Pels. Oh, another close finish. Another very, very close finish. And looks like we're going to have another suspenseful wait as the officials will now review what the high-speed video and the high-definition video shows. Fantastic run. Okay. Well. That is another very close, finish. Okay, here comes the two finalists coming back to the pontoon. The race officials are still looking at the video. It's a very close run thing, very close run finish. And which we will refer to the Lynx high-speed camera, finish line camera, to tell us which team actually won. Because it was that close. Both teams were equal. Right from the start, they were equal. Midpoint, they were equal. But the last 25 meters, Armada was in the slight lead, but Pels, we saw Pels surging from behind, trying to overtake Armada. Has Pels done enough, or has Armada able to hold that lead as they cross the finish line? From the video, they were very, very close indeed. In fact, about one dragon nose, I believe. And I'm looking at the high-speed finish line camera now. So we now have a clear order of finish. We know who come in first and who did not. CO ready to release race, and the CO is ready to release the race result. Here is the official results for Century Open Group 1 final. between Team Pels, Paddlers Against Limits versus Armada. Winner by one dragon nose. That is how close it is. One dragon nose. Paddlers Against Limits. Team Pels, winner of and champion of Century Open Group 1. Okay, that concludes Century Open Group 1. As we prepare to bring in the teams in Century Open Group 2, we will be taking a short technical break and we'll be back once we are ready with Century Open Group 2 coming up next. Hello, everybody. We are back. Sorry for that long delay. Believe it or not, right after the end of the last race, which was the final of Group 1, we encountered a massive technical difficulty. Basically, one of the camera tripod leg dropped and lost its balance, so the camera also dropped. And after that, we had to basically reset and realign the cameras again. So it took a while. If in case you're wondering how many cameras we have 4 cameras looking at the finish line and looking at the race. So we have to calibrate all 4 so that they are in sync. So hence that's why when we have to adjust one camera, we have to make sure that the other 3 cameras are also synchronized with that one camera. Lucky stars that this happened after the final of race Group 1. Otherwise, there may be it may affect the result for the rest of the racing block. So we were very lucky in that extent. Thank you very much for your patience as we try to reset this as fast as we can. We just reset the cameras, something that would usually take 45 minutes in 15. And we have strapped the tripods now. We have strapped the tripod down with ropes, with duct tape. Hopefully, we'll avoid any more issues with the camera because it makes everybody nervous. Okay, back to the races. This is Century Open Group 2. And this will be a 5-boat battle where you will see 3 boats in the first heat and 2 boats in the second heat. Okay, the progression is slightly different now. The heat winners will qualify to the semi-finals, and all the heat losers will go to the rapid charge. But from the rapid charge winner and the rapid charge runners-up will go to the semi-final. Instead of the 6-boat battle, where the heat winners go to semi-final, and only the rapid charge winner join them in the semi-final. So that is the difference between a 5 racing boat format versus the 6 racing boat format. And this is a 5 racing boat format. Okay, so now we are looking at the start line. We are looking at the teams trying to align themselves at the start line. You're looking at boat number 1, Kembangan Chai Chi, CSE. CSE stands for Community Sports Club. Lane number 2 is Seahawk Sports Club, and lane number 3 is GIC Private Limited. Okay, we have some info about Seahawk Sports Club, which is the first dragon boat club in Singapore. Formed in 1982. That means they precede SDBA. Among the first club teams in Singapore to compete in dragon boating, Seahawk Sports Club. They are also known as TJ Seahawk. TJ refers to Taman Jurong, the CSC that they are affiliated to. Even though they are a very seasoned club, their members comprises of youths, adults, and seniors. Seniors are above 40 years old, and they are very active in local as well as overseas races. That's Seahawk Sports Club for you. GIC is a corporate team formed in 2015. Quite a young team, comprising of employees of GIC Private Limited. Kembangan Chai Chi is another club team from the Kembangan Chai Chi CC, and looks like they all have hooked up at the start line, and we're going to cross over to the starter for the start of this race.
Starter to timekeeper ready to start.
Timekeeper ready to start.
Boat 2, back pedal. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And That is the start of Heat 1 in Century Open Group 2. 3 teams, Kembangan Chai Chi nearest to you, Seahawk Sports Club in the middle, and GIC Private Limited away from you. And here they come right from the start. It is Kembangan Chai Chi slightly ahead of Seahawk Sports Club. Will Seahawk Sports Club be able to catch Kembangan Chai Chi? Kembangan Chai Chi is ahead now. But look at Seahawk. Seahawk is still in it. They have not given up. They are going to push Kembangan Chai Chi. Let's see the last 25 meters. Will Seahawk be able to overtake Kembangan Chai Chi? No, Kembangan Chai Chi too strong. Crossing first ahead of the pack, claiming this race and going into the semi-finals. But it is still not the end for GIC Private Limited or Seahawk Sports Club. They will now go into the rapid charge, where they will either need to win the rapid charge or finish as the runners-up in the rapid charge to join the heat winners in the semi-finals. Here is looking at the teams after the finish line, moving back to the pontoon for a short breather, short rest before they call again to do battle on the waters. Here is the official results of Century Open Group 2 Heat 1. Kembangan Chai Chi versus Seahawk versus GIC. Winner and going into the semi-final. Kembangan Chai Chi CSC. Seahawk Sports Club and GIC will now go into the rapid charge. So now we are looking at the start line for the start of Heat 2 in Century Open Group 2, where we'll have the team from Nanyang Technological University or NTU in the lane nearest to you versus Filipino Dragon Singapore, FDS, two traditionally strong teams in Singapore. And the starter has just indicated to the timekeeper that they are ready to start. Timekeeper is not ready to start. And so we will pause for a little bit as we wait for the timekeeper to get ready. And
Okay, thank you.
okay, so now we are ready. The teams are ready. Crossing over.
Are you ready? Easy.
We almost started there. Looks like the starter spotted an infringement, and so he is resetting the start process. Not yet. So now we cross over to the starter for the start after the reset.
Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And here we go. Clean start between NTU nearest to you versus FDS away from you. Two traditionally strong teams. And look at them go right from zero. Pulsating strong starts from both teams as we hit the midpoint. Who will hit the midpoint first? Is NTU, slightly only. FDS is still within range, still able to catch up with NTU. Can NTU hold the challenge from FDS? Here comes the last 25 meters. It's going to be a close finish again. Oh, look at NTU putting the strength and power. Fantastic show from NTU as they pull away half boat length ahead of FDS to finish this heat, claiming the semi-final spot. FDS will now go into the rapid charge, where they will now do battle with Seahawk Sports Club and GIC Private Limited. Fantastic race. Both teams were equal in strength right to the midpoint, and then with the last few meters, the last 25 meters of the race, NTU just shift gears and power ahead to claim this semi-final. Here's looking at NTU coming back to the pontoon where they will have a slightly longer rest as they do not have to go to the rapid charge. They just wait for the call to the semi-finals. And you can also see the other teams talking strategies. Kembangan Chai Chi is the team nearer to you on the pontoon. Okay, those guys in the red PFDs. Okay, the team next to the boat, that's GIC, and the team next to the parasol, that's Seahawks Sports Club. Obviously, talking strategies. Next race is the do or die, must win or go home race. So where we'll be discussing what needs to be corrected, what needs to be added, and so on. Yeah, I understand. So we'll be awaiting the launch of the rapid charge very, very soon. Okay, so as we await the rapid charge, okay, right, as we await the rapid charge, we'll be right back. And welcome back to Century Open Group 2. We are about to do the repechage now, where we will see Seahawk Sports Club do battle with GIC Private Limited and the last team in the repechage, the Filipino Dragon Singapore, Team FDS. Okay, Seahawk is the first Dragon Boat team, club team in Singapore actually, formed in 1982, where they precede the formation of SDBA ourselves. And Seahawk has been around for a long time and is one of the stronger local teams with members comprising of youths, young working adults, as well as the seniors. Seniors in Dragon Boat context being those mature gentlemen and ladies who are 40 years old and above. Okay, GIC is a corporate team and they've been around since 2015. Okay, the Dragon Boat team has actively been bringing together GICians, that means employees of GIC from across the organization for the love of dragon boating. How do you like that? Okay, so they are a tightly knit family and they espouse and leans on the GIC values of prudence, respect, integrity, merit and excellence, all together known as Prime. Okay, as the team continues to grow, they relishes the opportunity to further contribute to the rest of GIC and the wider dragon boating sporting community. FDS needs no introduction, one of the stronger club teams in Singapore, the Filipino Dragon Singapore. Okay, a member of the international business community. They are a regular fixture in our races and strong locally and also strong internationally. So that's the history of the teams that will be doing battle in the repechage. As you can see now, they are lining up. We are about to cross to the starter for the start of this race. Here we go.
Timekeeper ready to start.
Thank you. 5 back pedal. And hold water. Put 2 back pedal. Put 5 back pedal. Put 5 back pedal. Put 2 back a bit. And hold. Are you ready? Attention!
And here we go, the start of repechage. Oh, you see just now the GIC team, I think they had a mix-up in the communication. They were not really ready, but that's why you need to listen to the commands from the race officials, especially the starter. Going back to the race, and here comes Seahawk in lane 2. They are ahead of the pack, but look at FDS, Filipino Dragons. Filipino Dragons is trying to catch up with Seahawk. Can FDS overtake Seahawk at this juncture? The last 25 meters. Look at Seahawk go. It's going to be Seahawk that will cross the finish line ahead of the rest of the racing pack. But as we mentioned, the progression to the finals will be the repechage winner and the repechage runners-up. So Seahawk Sports Club and FDS have done enough to qualify to the finals. GIC having a little bit of mix-up at the start there. When the command was given, one or two of their crew members seemed to be not ready to start the race. Their pedals were still inside the boat. Okay, hence this is a timely reminder for teams at the start line. You need to be focused and ready at a moment's notice, and to also always listen to the commands from the starter. So going into the semi-finals will be Seahawk Sports Club and Filipino Dragon Singapore, FDS, who will do battle with Kembangan Chai Chi and the team from the Nanyang Technological University. Here are the official results for Century Open Group 2 repechage. Seahawk versus GIC versus FDS. Winner and runners-up will proceed to the semi-final. So Seahawk Sports Club and FDS shall proceed to the semi-finals. Gordon, they meet again. And we are looking at teams in semi-final 1 getting ready and about to launch, heading towards the start line. NTU, boat number 1, the team on the left of the screen, and Seahawk Sports Club, the team on your right of your screen. So this is a repeat of Heat 1, just less the GIC Private Limited. So NTU will now do battle with Seahawk Sports Club for the second time. My mistake, I'm so sorry. Look, this is semi-final 1. So this we are looking at Kembangan Chai Chi in boat number 1, who will do battle with Seahawk Sports Club in boat number 2. Again, but it is still a repeat of Heat 1, where it was a 3-boat race. So the only team no longer in the equation is GIC Private Limited. And now Kembangan Chai Chi will do battle with Seahawk again. This time the stakes is much higher because only the winner will go into the final. And the other team will get a chance to eat ice cream or frozen yogurt early. Close up of Seahawk Sports Club.
Rock to race tower, sending out semi 1 now. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
The teams are moving away from the pontoon. There's a nice shot of Seahawk Sports Club, the first Dragon Boat Club team in Singapore. And you can see Kembangan Chai Chi have just turned away from the pontoon and they'll be making their way to the start line. Kembangan Chai Chi is a township in the eastern part of Singapore. Kembangan Chai Chi. Kembangan is the word for blossoming because in the olden days there were nice orchards and plantations in that area. So Kembangan is the Malay word for blossoming, like a blossoming flower. Chai Chi is named after one of the headmasters of a village located in that area, associated with orchards and plantations. So Kembangan Chai Chi is actually 2 different towns, but the towns were merged some time back, and hence why the CC's name, CC means community centers, name is Kembangan Chai Chi. Here's looking at Seahawk. Kembangan Chai Chi has already made the turn as they approach the start line, followed in trail by Seahawk Sports Club. So as we continue to watch these scenes, I will go off air for a little while so that I can drink my Coke, and we'll get back to you once we are ready to start this race, semi-final 1.
Timekeeper ready to start.
1990.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the race starters are ready to start this race. You can see the teams have already hooked up. Crossing over to the starter for the start of semi-final 1, Kembangan Chai Chi, nearest to you versus Seahawk Sports Club.
Okay, put 2 steps light forward. 1 light step. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
That's the start of semi-final 1, Kembangan Chai Chi nearest to you and Seahawk Sports Club away from you. Look at Kembangan Chai Chi go from 0. And here they come towards the midpoint. I think Kembangan Chai Chi is in a slight lead now. Quite a mouthful, Kembangan Chai Chi. I should try to say that slowly. Kembangan Chai Chi now at the midpoint, slightly ahead of Seahawk. It is still not too late for Seahawk to catch Kembangan Chai Chi. And here they come towards the last 25 meters. They are a little bit on par. But look at Kembangan Chai Chi. I think they should be able to hold this position as they're going to cross ahead of Seahawk to go into the finals. Kembangan Chai Chi. Consistent, good, strong, consistent performance. A repeat of what they did in the earlier hits, where they have another team, GIC, join them in the hits. But they have done enough to hold off the challenge from Seahawk Sports Club as they make their way back to the pontoon for a short rest before they are called upon to do battle again in the final with the winner of Hit 2, which is lining up at the start line as we speak. Here is looking at Kembangan Chai Chi with Seahawk in their trail. It was a good, strong, solid performance from Kembangan Chai Chi. They were actually in front right from the start, but they lost a little bit of headway. Wrong. They lost a little bit of gap as Seahawk Sports Club tries to catch up with them from the midpoint. But in the last 25 meters, they just had that little bit of strength to hold off Seahawks' challenge to claim this semi-final and to go into the finals, which they now anxiously awaits the results of semi-final 2 in the process of hooking up at the start line. Official results of Century Open Group 2 Semi-Final 1 between Kembangan Chaichi versus Seahawk. Winner and progressing to the finals, Kembangan Chaichi CSC. As we go back to the start line, you can see this is NTU. Right, this is NTU at the start line, already hooked up and ready to go, waiting for their opponent, the team from Filipino Dragons, FDS. This is a repeat of Heat 2. This team actually met in Heat 2, but Seahawk had to go to the rapid charge, which they came in as the runners-up. And now FDS meets NTU again. So would this be a sweet revenge for FDS, or will NTU or lightning strike twice with NTU winning the race again? Let's wait and see.
4-5 back pedal. And hold. Come on. Are you ready? Attention.
And they are off. FDS versus NTU. From the start, both are strong teams, both have strong strokes. Look at FDS go with their fast stroke rate. But look at NTU. In contrast, deliberate strokes versus fast strokes. And at the midpoint, it is NTU who crosses the midpoint ahead. And they are already about one dragon seat ahead, I believe. And here they come for the last 25 meters. NTU in the lead. Strong, deliberate strokes. Power strokes. And here they come pulling away. Half boat length ahead of FDS to win this semi-final and go into the final where they will meet Kembangan Chaichi. It was an interesting contrast in techniques. The long, deliberate power strokes employed by NTU versus the fast strokes used by FDS. So it all boils down to whether your team has attained that familiarity with the strokes and with the technique, and whether they're able to optimize that technique when they do battle with other teams. It is not meant to say that one stroke is better than the other. It is actually how adaptable or how adaptive your team is with that stroke and technique. So in the world of Dragon Boat, if you have been in the scene for a long time, such as myself, you will notice that there are many techniques, many styles. Okay, but it all boils down to whether have your team become adaptive to that technique to optimize the strength and to mitigate the weakness of the technique. And the team that managed to find that balance will win. So as the team heads back to the final, as the teams head back to the pontoon, here is the official results of semi-final 2 Century Open Group 2 between NTU versus FDS. Winner and going into the final, NTU. So as we let the team rest for a little bit before we call for the finals, we'll be right back. Hello again, and we are getting ready for the final of Century Open Group 2, the finals, where we will see Nanyang Technological University, NTU, versus Kembangan Chai Chi. This promised to be a good race. For those of you who like to keep tabs or keep figures, NTU has just set the fastest time in the Century race. Okay lah, so far there's only 2 racing blocks, but still NTU has claimed the fastest time so far at 36.432 seconds. That is blistering pace, people. And they have also set a fast pace in their semi-final at 36.930. So they are a consistent 36-second team. Let's see whether can Kembangan Chai Chi beat that. Okay, in both racing blocks, we calculated that the average time taken is about 38 seconds. NTU has managed to do the race in 36 seconds. So a good 0.2 seconds off the average time. So that means what will be in store for us is a blistering final between NTU and Kembangan Chai Chi. Can NTU best their time again? Or can Kembangan Chai Chi go faster than NTU? Let's wait and see. A few minutes we will get the answer that we are looking for. NTU was founded in 1955. They actually started as Nanyang University, the first and only Chinese university established outside of China and Taiwan, until its closure in 1980. In 1981, the Nanyang Technological Institute was set up, and then again in 1991, the current NTU, Nanyang Technological Institute was set up in 1981. 10 years later, in 1991, the current NTU was formed after they merged with the National Institute of Education. And again, for those of you who like to keep tabs, NTU is actually ranked 12th in the world university ranking as of June 2021. So, talking a little bit about the NTU Dragon Boat team, they started in 1987 and together with NUS was among the first local competitive Dragon Boat teams in Singapore, just slightly younger than Seahawk Sports Club. Since then, the team has seen many generations of talented paddlers and alumni contributing to the national effort, with many of them also serving as national athletes in the Singapore national team. And here they are now about to do battle with Kembangan Chai Chi. Starter has indicated that he's ready to start and he's issuing last-minute commands to the teams. So we are going to cross over to watch this race. Kembangan Chai Chi, nearest to you, versus NTU, the fastest team so far. And here they go, Kembangan Chai Chi versus NTU, fast teams both. Oh, look at Kembangan Chai Chi with their fast start stroke rate. Will this be enough to catch NTU, or will NTU put up another fast performance to win this final? Oh, Kembangan Chai Chi has gone off lane. Kembangan Chai Chi has gone off lane. Let's see whether Kembangan Chai Chi can correct their lane. Otherwise, they will enter NTU's water and infringement will be called. But NTU is already ahead. We just want to avoid a collision. NTU will cross first with Kembangan Chai Chi next to them in the same lane. Definitely an infringement. We will need to wait the decision of the race officials as they review that race again, because obviously Kembangan Chai Chi went off lane and entered the wrong lane. But NTU finished ahead to claim this final. Right. That was a fast-paced race, but unfortunately, Kembangan Chai Chi steersperson lost his heading. Uh, After just before the midpoint, went into he actually jumped 2 lanes because he ended up just next to NTU in NTU's lane 4 as they crossed the finish line together. Nonetheless, the umpire called that an infringement has happened. NTU has jumped lanes. Wrong, sorry again. Kembangan Chai Chi has jumped lanes. Jumped 2 lanes, in fact, and did not respond to the umpire's call to move back into their lane. So an infringement has been called against Kembangan Chai Chi. Anyway, due to the nature of this race, where the heat winner the winner of the race is declared as the team that wins the challenge, as winning the race. So let's wait and see whether will the officials impose any penalty on Kembangan Chai Chi. Impose penalty, yeah? No. They jump lane is a penalty, yeah? Jumping lane is a penalty. You want to impose? Result stand?
Penalty to
Kembangan. What's the time, by the way? NT1?
36794.
Holy shit, 36794. Here is the official results of the Century Open Group 2 final between Kembangan Chai Chi versus NTU. Setting a speed time of 36.794 and winner and champion of Group 2, Nanyang Technological University. And we would also like to invite the Kembangan Chai Chi steersperson to come up and see the chief official in the race control. So that concludes Century Open Group 2 as the team makes their way back into boat marshal area for the out processing. So we await the calling of Century Open Group 3 races coming up next. So until then, we will take a short technical break and we'll be back soon. All right, welcome back to the Century Race 2022 at the beautiful Passion Wave at Jurong Lake. So we are about to see the launch of Century Open Group 3, the team in the heats. This will be a 6 Dragon Boat battle race in 3 heats. The first heat, we will have the team from Sengkang Central CSE, who will be doing battle with Changi Simei CSE. Heat number 2 in this group will be Queenstown CSE versus Latin Dragons. And Heat 3 in this group will be the team from KPMG Dragon Boat versus Henderson Dawson CSE. For our viewers, for our international viewers, CSE stands for Community Sports Club, which are the community centers set up by the People's Association. Sorry about that, suddenly lost the signal, so I'm back now. Okay, we are talking about Century Open Group 3, where the teams are ready to be launched from the pontoon going to the start line. Boat number 1 on your left, Sengkang Central. Boat number 2 next to them, Changi Simei, followed by Queenstown CSE, Latin Dragons, boat number 4. And the last finger on your right, boat number 5, KPMG Dragon Boat, a corporate team who will do battle with Henderson Dawson CSE. Sengkang Central and Changi Simei will be the first 2 teams that will come up next in heat number 1. Sengkang Central is named after Sengkang town. Sengkang is the Chinese word for prosperous harbor. Okay, in recognition of the Punggol Harbor, I believe, that used to be at Punggol Point. Okay, so Sengkang Central. Sengkang is actually one of the most populous towns in northeastern Singapore. And they are actually represented by a few CSCs, Sengkang Central being one. Sengkang will do battle with Changi Simei, Community Sports CSC. Changi Simei is actually 2 townships. The town of Changi and the town of Simei, who have a combined CSC. Changi is named after the Chengal tree, which is the Malay name for the tree, the pokok Chengal. And Simei is the Chinese word for 4 beauties, because long time ago, before the area was developed, there were 4 hills of equal height in that area. Of course, the hill has already been leveled, but the names remains Simei, 4 beauties. So as the teams head out to the start line, we do have some strong teams here. Henderson Dawson used to be known as PLK Paddlers. Okay, and the team was formed in 2020 when the original PLK Paddlers migrated to Henderson Dawson CSC. Okay, Henderson Dawson is a division of Tanjong Pagar town. Henderson, as you can tell, Henderson Dawson comes from 2 different origins. Henderson was named after Henderson Brothers Rubber Factory of 1921, whose factory was located in Tanjong Pagar town. And Dawson was named for Lord Bertrand Dawson, the personal physician to King George V of England. This is when Singapore was still a crown colony of the British Empire, long time ago. Okay, so when PLK paddlers migrated to Henderson Dawson CSC from their previous CSC, they bring along their name. because PLK is an established brand in the local dragon boat community, and they are also among the stronger CRC teams in Singapore. So now at the start line, this should be Hit 1, Sengkang Central versus Changi Simei. Literal translation, the prosperous harbour versus the Chengal 3-4 beauties. So as we wait for starter to take over control at the start line, we will be crossing over to the starter shortly. And like every race, just before race, there will be a polite, harsh lull, serene and quiet before the dragons roar. If you are wondering how come there's only boat 1, you don't see a number 2 on the other boat, well, that's because yesterday, when we were fixing up the boat numbers, the number tags for boat 2 decided to have a dip in the water and never come back up again. So we lost the number plates, folks. Sorry about that. Hence why there's no number 2 on that boat next to the boat that has the number 1 on it. Okay. It is not that we deliberately don't want to put the number, because the number plates is somewhere at the bottom of Jurong Lake. Well, this kind of thing happens. Okay, we can hear the starter giving commands to the teams to quickly hook up and get themselves aligned. So you can see the frontmost paddler of Sengkang Central in boat 1. He has already holding on to the buoy, which he is permitted to release at the command, "Are you ready?" Purpose of the buoy is to keep the boat aligned and to keep the boat from drifting, especially when the winds pick up, because Jurong Lake is an area that is notorious for crosswinds conditions, and the crosswind can become atrocious. In last week of racing, we actually recorded wind speed of up to almost 30 kilometers per hour gust. So that is some serious wind, especially for a non-powered vessel on the water. So I think the starter is ready to do this race, and we have signaled, the race tower has signaled that they are ready to start. So anytime now.
Boat 2 steer. Check your buoy. Alignment. Boat 2 steer. Check alignment, straight.
Oh, the starter just warned the steer for boat 2 for Changi Simei to make sure that her alignment is correct.
On your left, on your left. Turn your boat to the left. You see your boat is tilting, facing north.
Any boats 他们 alignment 错，你直接跟他们讲来 more to the right or more to the left. Roger.
Okay, there are some concerns about the alignment of Changi Simei boat 2. Hopefully the steer is able to sort this out. We have already seen in the last race where a team, Kembangan Chaichi, jumped 2 lanes to end up in the wrong lane. Hopefully we have a good clean race this one, without any jumping of lanes.
Boat 1 back pedal. Boat 1 back pedal. Boat 1, the rower, just straighten your hand. Don't hold, don't crunch your hand. Okay, back pedal a bit. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And here we go. This is Century Open Group 3, heat number 1. Sengkang Central nearest to you versus Changi Simei. Sengkang Central is the team nearest to you, and here they come towards the midpoint. In terms of stroke rate, seems like Changi Simei is faster than Sengkang Central. So let's wait and see. They are about even as they cross the midpoint here. And here is where, this is where you need to make every stroke count as you approach the last 25 meters. Changi Simei is still in the lead, but Sengkang Central is creeping up from behind. Will Sengkang Central be able to overtake Changi Simei? Ooh, don't think so, but it's a close finish. We will, of course, whenever we encounter such conditions, such finishes, we will always refer back to the finish line camera to confirm that which team actually won this race. Okay, it is quite clear. We can see from the cameras which team actually came up tops. So as the teams head back to the pontoon, because of the nature of the finish, I believe that both teams are not sure yet whether did they win or they did not. So they will be a little bit anxious. Here are the official results for Century Open Group 3 Heat 1, Sengkang Central versus Changi Simei. Winner and proceeding to the semi-final, boat number 2, Changi Simei CSE. Well done. So moving back to the start line, you can see the teams in heat number 2, Queenstown CSE versus Latin Dragons. Queenstown nearest to you. Queenstown. Queenstown is a town in central Singapore. And they were named after England's Queen Elizabeth to mark her coronation in 1952 when she visited Singapore. The first satellite town in Singapore, Queenstown is. And Queenstown is also known by their another name, Team One Stroke, formed in 2007. It is their 15th anniversary this year. And here they are ready to do battle with the Latin Dragons. Nickname LD, formed in 2014, the youngest international business community team. Although they go back all the way to March 2014 when a group of girlfriends started training for fun. And then they decided to become serious. And with the support of the Latin American Chamber of Commerce, Latin Dragons was born.
Are you ready? Attention!
Here we go. Queenstown CSE Team One Stroke versus Latin Dragons. Queenstown nearest to you. And they're off the bat. Look at Latin Dragons. Look at all those white water. Power in the water. So let's see whether is that power enough to outstroke Queenstown in lane 2 nearest to you. Even at the midpoint. Let's see the last 25 meters. Who will make their move? Who wants to win this more desperately? Latin is doing well, but look at Queenstown overtaking them. At the end, this is going to be another close finish. Oh, another close finish. Another review of the cameras, I'm afraid. Okay, both teams were equal from the start. They were equal at the midpoint. They were equal at the last 25 meters. They were equal almost to the finish line. But there will definitely be one team ahead. Okay, and in order to know which team is that, we will be looking at the high-speed camera again. This will be the 6th time that we are referring to the high-speed camera since Racing Block 1 started at 8:15 a.m. today. So that shows you how close the standard and the quality of the teams are in the Century race. Everybody is all about equal, all about even. Okay, and we rarely see a team that dominates strongly. The only team so far that fit that bill was NTU in the previous racing block, clocking very fast times of 36 seconds in their heats, in their semi-final and their final, consistently 36 seconds in a 38-second average race. So anyway, Starter negative. We have to review video because the finish is a camera finish. Okay, just informing the starter that we have to hold this hit tree as we look at the high-speed finish line camera to determine the winner. Wow, folks, our first camera finish, 10,000 of a second. Wow.
4 milliseconds.
Okay, give me the time, madam.
Okay. 36716.
Lin Tu, sorry, 36?
716. 716.
7, okay.
37720.
37716, 37720.
Yeah. 4 milliseconds.
Okay, so Lin Tu, right?
Yes, correct.
Link one winner.
Lin Tu.
Link to
All right, folks. Wow, that was a fantastic run. The reason why we went silent for a little bit because it was so close that we have to open up the high-speed camera to up to 100,000 of a pixel. And so here is the official result of Century Open Group 3 between Queenstown CSC versus Latin Dragons. Okay, with a difference of 4,000 of a millisecond. Queenstown CSC clock 37.716. Latin Dragons clock 37.720. Only 4,000 of a millisecond separate them. Winner and going to the semi-final, Queenstown CSC. Well, Latin Dragons, if you can keep to this pace, you will do well in the rapid charge coming up next. And now we are ready for Heat 3 between KPMG Dragon Boat corporate team versus Henderson Dawson CSC, the former PLK paddlers. Both teams are already at the start line and we are ready for this race. KPMG is the team nearest to you. Here we go.
1,004.
Yeah, lah, we
Go
break.
over 1,000 seconds. It is really hard to tell.
Yeah.
Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
You get it? Starter didn't come across the walkie-talkie, yeah, command.
Can't hear, is it?
A bit muffled. Okay, here is hit number 3. KPMG nearest to you, Henderson Dawson. Coming up to the midpoint. Henderson Dawson has already crossed the midpoint. KPMG is trying very hard to catch up with them, but Henderson Dawson is proving to be too strong. They are already one bird ahead as they approach the finish line. Henderson Dawson should cross this and win this race comfortably to book their place in the semi-final, but KPMG will have another crack at this as they will go into the rapid charge where they will be meeting the other two teams from the other heats. Technically, they will meet Latin Dragons and they will also meet Sengkang Central. So as the teams turn to make their way back to the pontoon, we will take a short technical break as we ready the teams going into the rapid charge, giving them 1 or 2 minutes of breather before we push them out again to the start line. So the official results of Century Open Group 3 Heat 3, KPMG versus Henderson Dawson, winner and going into the semi-finals, Henderson Dawson CSE. And right now we are looking at the teams in Century Open Group 3, the Rapid Charge. Teams in the Rapid Charge making their way to the start line. Here's looking at Latin Dragons, who just had a very close encounter, no, close race, close encounter pula. We had a very close race with Queenstown CSE team one stroke. It was so unbelievably close that the time separating them is only 4,000 of a millisecond. So this rapid charge will be a 3-boat race, taking up lanes 2, 3 and 4. Lane 2 nearest to you, followed by lane 3, then lane 4. In the meanwhile, as we wait for the teams to make their way to the start line, here's some kind words from our sponsors. Okay, Paul's Ice Cream, which is the embodiment of Latvian ice cream. Latvian from the European country Latvia, made from 100% natural and made from the freshest milk from local Latvian farmers. Since 1971, Paul's has kept their original recipe without any changes or amendments. So take a bite of Paul's. Always thick, always creamy. And in the same breath, we also have the frozen Greek yogurt sponsored by Shape Time. Comes in 3 flavors: vanilla, stolibelli, and mango. Mango? No chocolate? Okay, correct. Vanilla, strawberry, and mango. Each bar is packed with tasty Greek yogurt coated with delicious Belgian chocolate. It is the perfect go snack with low calories and high protein. Exactly what Dragon Boater would need before race as well as after the race. So get your Shape Time Greek yogurt now, which is made available to all participants in the boat marshal area.
Timekeeper ready to start.
So back to the race where we are about to start the Rapid Charge, where Sengkang Central will do battle with Latin Dragons and KPMG. Favorite to win this should be Latin Dragons, based on their blistering performance just now. They were edged out just by a little bit by Queenstown CSE team one stroke. So let's see whether can Latin Dragons replicate that performance into this race to tops over Sengkang Central and KPMG. No slouches either, these two teams. So looking at the start line, I think the starter is trying to get the boats aligned. The winds have picked up, mind you, and you can see the boats are being pushed to their side because the crosswind is blowing from, if you're watching on your screen, blowing from right to left. And if you're inside the boat, it's blowing from your left to the right. Okay, so this is where the skill and the competency of the steersperson is tested, because he needs to keep the boat aligned and he needs to make sure that the boat is still pointed straight.
Boat 4, step slightly forward. Boat 4.
Okay, crossing over to the starter for the start of the Rapid Charge.
And hold. Yep. Boat 1, back pedal. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
Here we go, Rapid Charge. Century Open Group 3, Sengkang Central nearest to you, Latin Dragons in the middle, and KPMG in the lane furthest away from you. It looks like Sengkang Central versus Latin Dragons. These are the two teams that will hit the midpoint first. Latin just slightly ahead of Sengkang Central. Will history repeat itself again with another close finish unless one of these teams pushes away now? And it looks like it's Latin Dragons who is pulling away. Should they be able to hold this? They should win this and qualify. And yes, they did. Good run by the Latin Dragons to win this Rapid Charge. And right on their heels was Sengkang Central, not that far away. But Latin Dragons has done enough to seal this win and book their place in the semi-final, where they will meet Henderson Dawson, PLK Paddlers, in semi-final 2.
It just went off after the previous TP session.
Yeah, hold on. Here is the official results of Rapid Charge Century Open Group 3. Sengkang Central versus Latin Dragons versus KPMG. Winner and going into the semi-final, Latin Dragons. And here are the teams that has qualified to the semi-finals. We are giving them a short breather before we call the semi-finalists to the start line. In semi-final 1, we will have Changi Simei CSE versus Queenstown CSE Team 1 Stroke. And in semi-final 2, we will have Henderson Dawson CSE versus Latin Dragons. So these are the races coming up next. In the meanwhile, here is a warning going out to all the teams and all the team supporters that has gathered at Passion Wave in Jurong Lake. So please be careful to comply with the current safe management measures or SMM. That means you need to make sure that your face mask is on. You need to make sure that if you're in a group, there should be no more than 5 people. And you have to make sure that if you are in several groups, there must be a gap between each groups. Okay. Because we've just received word that there are plainclothes SAs walking around. SAs are safe ambassadors. Those guys in red shirt that you see often in shopping malls and all that. So these guys are walking around. Their job is to make sure that the SMM is not breached and needs to be complied with. So here's a warning going out to everybody here. Make sure that you comply with the SMMs without prejudice. Okay, as we wait for the rapid charge, let me come back to you in a short while as for the semi-final 1. Okay, we are back to Century Open Group 3 Semi-Final 1. Changi Simei will do battle with Queenstown CSC team one stroke, both winning their respective heats. So this should be a fast race. Changi Simei will be the team nearer to you. In lane 2, Queenstown CSC team one stroke will be the team behind. Queenstown is named after a township in central western Singapore, which was named after the visit of Queen Elizabeth to Singapore back in 1952. But the Dragon Boat team, Team One Stroke, established in 2007, is celebrating their 15th anniversary this year. They started with humble beginnings with a handful of paddlers, but they have now expanded to a team of 28 active rowers paddlers today. Members coming from diverse backgrounds, students to working adults, healthcare workers to teachers, locals and foreigners alike. All bonded by the same passion and commitment to the sport that bring them all together. So now Queenstown will do battle with Changi Simei. Queenstown had just an epic battle with Latin Dragons in the heat. Time difference of only 4,000 of a millisecond. That was how close Queenstown won that heat. So let's see whether will there be another close finish with affiliated to Queenstown again. Yes, the signal for the start of the race, semi-final 1, Changi Simei near to you versus Queenstown, and here they go. And look at Queenstown go as they come to the midpoint. Queenstown is ahead at the midpoint. They hit the midpoint ahead of Changi Simei. So let's see whether can Changi Simei catch up with Queenstown. Queenstown is constantly picking up speed and pulling away, and they are already at one boat length ahead of Changi Simei. And here comes Queenstown towards the finish line. They will win this comfortably and going into the final. Queenstown CSC team one stroke. From the race, they had the better start. Yeah, they were much better coordinated at the start, and I think that helps them to drive the boat from zero to hit their optimum speed as quickly as they can, and they convert into their maintenance stroke. So all that they've done was concluded in the first 40-50 strokes from the beginning of the race. And the rest was all they had to do was just to maintain their stroke rate so that they keep the challenge of Changi Simei at bay. So Queenstown CSC team one stroke will be going into the final, and now they will wait for the results of semi-final 2, Henderson Dawson versus Latin, to see who their opponent would be in the finals. So the official results for Century Open Group 3 semi-final 1, Henderson Dawson, wrong. Changi Simei versus Queenstown, winner and qualifying to the final, Queenstown CSC team one stroke. Now back to semi-final 2. Henderson Dawson nearer to you versus Latin Dragons. Latin Dragons, the youngest international business community team in Singapore, versus Henderson Dawson, also known as PLK Paddlers, one of the stronger local club teams in Singapore.
Lane 6, back pedal.
This should be a good fight.
Lane 6, back pedal.
Crossing over to the starter for the start of semi-final 2.
Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
And there they go. Let's look at the start. Who will have the better start, the stronger start? And look at Queenstown go. Wrong. Rest. Henderson Dawson go. That was a strong start from Henderson Dawson, but Latin are no slouches either. But as they come to the midpoint, it is It is Henderson Dawson that will cross the midpoint first. Can Henderson Dawson have sufficient power to hold, or will Latin catch up with them? Oh, they are a bit on par now, crossing 25-meter mark. And Henderson Dawson is picking up speed, and here they come. Henderson Dawson will cross the finish line. A few seats ahead of Latin Dragons. It was still a good battle. Both teams, their starting technique and strategy contrasting against one another. Both going for the fast power strokes. But Queenstown has had the better energy at the transition between the power stroke to the maintenance. They had the better energy that allows them to coast a little bit before their maintenance stroke comes into play, then to make sure that they finish ahead of Latin Dragons. Considering that Latin Dragons was only formed in 2014. This is a young team with a very good future. If they keep at it, they will start to pose serious challenges to the stronger teams in times to come. So the official results for Century Open Group 3 semi-final 2 between Henderson Dawson CSE versus Latin Dragons. Winner and going into the final, Henderson Dawson CSE. So we're going to allow the two finalists 2 minutes to breathe non-labored oxygen, and then we'll be right back for the finals. as we come back to the race, now we are still in Century Open Group 3, but here are the finals coming up ahead, where we will get to see Queenstown versus Henderson Dawson. Queenstown should be the one nearest to you. This should be a good final. Both teams are strong, especially Henderson Dawson is the favorite to win this. But let's see, can they overcome the challenge from Queenstown? Just looking at boat number 6. This is Henderson Dawson, also known as PLK Paddlers. Okay, they were among the stronger local teams in Singapore in the CSC racing category. Okay, and here they are now in the Century final Group 3, Century Open Group 3 final, where they will meet Queenstown CSC team one stroke. Queenstown had an epic battle with Latin Dragons in the heats, where the final result had to be determined by the high-speed camera. Only 4 milliseconds separating Queenstown from Latin Dragons. It was that close. So now Queenstown find themselves against a strong adversary in Henderson Dawson, and vice versa. Henderson Dawson now face a strong adversary in Queenstown. So let's see. This is a true battle of strength. So let's see which team is the stronger. We can hear the starter calling the team into the starting lane, and you can also see the Empire boat with our lifeguard in the green jersey. Expediting the teams to enter the start line. Okay, if you're wondering why is the lifeguard not wearing PFD, well, that is permitted. So in the event of an emergency, he has to go into the water. He don't have to bother himself with unstrapping, unbuckling and untying all those stuff. So he can straight away jump into the water. Here's a little mention about safety procedures in Dragon Boat. So if the lifeguard will only enter the water if there is a non-swimmer or there is someone who is missing head count after a capsize situation. The lifeguard's job is not to pull up people who are floating, is to actually look for missing persons. And our lifeguards are all open water qualified. We can see that both teams have hooked up at the start line. Queenstown CSC team one stroke nearer to you. Henderson Dawson in lane 4. Nearer to the starter boat. So not really obvious in the screen, but the starter with our starter is in a power boat, which is just, they should be near to boat number 6. Okay. I think all teams are in position. The race officials are in position for the final of Century Open Group 3. We are about to start.
Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And here is the final of Century Open Group 3. Queenstown nearest to you versus Henderson Dawson. Oh, look at Henderson Dawson with the high chopping strokes, which is designed to give leverage. Will the leverage be enough to counter the fast power strokes used by Queenstown as they cross the midpoint? I think Henderson Dawson is ahead. Let's see when the camera pans out at 25 meters. Yes, Henderson Dawson is ahead. But can Queenstown catch them? Can Queenstown find the power to overtake Henderson Dawson? Is coming towards the end. No. Queenstown CSC simply ran out of distance. I think if this is a 150 meter race, they would have been able to catch Henderson Dawson. So this is a clear win for Henderson Dawson, as they were able to hold off the final charge of Queenstown to claim this final and become the champions of Century Open Group 3. So after all those difficult results to call because the finishing was very close, so this is quite a simple one to call. The official results for Century Open Group 3 final between Queenstown CSC Team 1 Stroke and Henderson Dawson CSC. Winner and champion of Century Open Group 3, Henderson Dawson CSC. So that concludes Century Open Group 3, folks. Okay, next coming up will be Century Open Group 4, where another 6 teams will do battle. Right. So in the meantime, as we out process Group 3 and we're waiting for Group 4 to come in, we'll be right back, because now is a good time to visit our friends in the toilets. Welcome back to the Century Race at Passion Wave at Jurong Lake. This is Century Open Group 4. And you can see the two teams in heat number 1 already lined up at the start line. But where is the starter? Well, apparently, because our starter is in a powerboat, his powerboat has an engine malfunction and they are drifting all over the place at the moment. So we are affecting SAR, search and rescue, to get the starter out of that malfunctioning boat and into another boat so that he can proceed to start the races. Well, these kind of things happen and we just need to deal with it. Although it can be frustrating. So anyway, yeah, video for fun. Yeah. Here you are. There they are. The starter boat. That engine decided decided not to. The engine went on strike. And now we just put the starter into another boat so that he can continue doing the races. But this time using a megaphone, as the PA system will be stuck with the powerboat that is now tied alongside the dockyard. Well. Anyway, back to the races. This is Century Open Group 4. 6 teams will do battle in 3 heats. Heat number 1 lining up. Lining up at the start line is Tampines North, nearest to you, versus Tampines Changkat. Okay, even though they are from Tampines, they are from different part of Tampines. Tampines is a town in eastern part of Singapore, a very big town. And we are going to see Tampines North versus Tampines Changkat. The town of Tampines, named after a tree, whose local Malay name is the Pokok Tampin. Okay, in the heat number 2 of this group, we will see Singapore Shell Club, a corporate team, doing battle with German Dragon Singapore, GDS. A team from the international business community, one of the stronger international business community teams. And in heat number 3, we will see Shopee Singapore Private Limited. Yes, Shopee Singapore Private Limited. That same Shopee that people go shopping at. Yeah, another corporate team. And they will do battle with Serangoon CSE. So you're looking at Tampines North and Tampines Changkat. Tampines North in boat 1 nearest to you. Tampines Changkat away from you. Tampines Changkat has another name. They are also known as Team Iron Wheel. Let's see, do I have any interesting stories about Tampines? Apart from the township, which is the second largest in Singapore after Jurong, if you collectively take Jurong West and Jurong East as one Jurong. Otherwise, in terms of number of flat units, Tampines is the larger township. If you don't mix up Tampines, Jurong East and Jurong West, that is. So anyway, starter is ready to start. We are ready to start. The teams are ready to start. So let's start the race.
Put 2 back better. Hold water. Put 2 here. Check your alignment. Yeah. You are aiming at the wrong one. Correct? Okay, stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And there they go, Tampines North versus Tampines Changkat. I will just call Tampines Changkat Iron Wheel, that's the other name. Tampines North and Iron Wheel moving off from the start line. And Iron Wheel is still in their start mode, their fast hammering stroke. And look at Tampines North, the different style, different approach. At the midpoint, I think it is Iron Wheel that is slightly ahead. So can Iron Wheel hold this position and claim the place into semi-final? Oh, but look at Tampines North coming up. Can Tampines North overtake Tampines Changkat? Can they overtake Iron Wheel right at the end, right at the death? Whoa, that's gonna be a close finish. Tampines North was the striding boat, whereas Iron Wheel right at the end, you can see that they may be running out of some steam. But has Tampines North done enough to overtake Iron Wheel at the end? Okay, as we need to refer to the finish to the finish line cameras. So this will be another instance where we need to consult the high-speed finish line camera and break up the image into a few thousand of a seconds to see which team edged the other. As both teams approach the pontoon to rest, we don't have the answer for them yet. And as we are looking at the race videos, hopefully we can we should be able to sort this out soon. Starter, do not start. Camera finish. We need to view the cameras.
Okay, noted.
Right, okay, folks. So give me 1 or 2 minutes as I go capo and look at the finish line camera myself.
Itu bukan MP4 ke? Saya kasih.
Okay, we have viewed the high-speed finish line camera and we are certain of the winners now. Oops, CEO asked me to hold it.
No, the word touch it. This one touch first. Two touch first.
Yeah, correct. One. Tampines North. One touch first, kan?
No, two touch first. From Bahar, two touch first.
What's the high speed say?
One. Where are you ready to? Shami, can you redo? But the nose come first is this one. One nose cover. That's why we got one also first. Right, we got one first, right? We got one first.
One cross the line first. This is crossing the line.
Yeah, look at it. One crossing the line.
Okay.
One first.
As long sama.
What's the flight, Mawan? 12 milliseconds. Okay, later I will announce the result for race 1. It was very close. And we just want to make you kanchong a little bit longer. No worries. Reza, you all relax. So now we are waiting. For the start of heat number 2. Well, the heat number 1 was exciting. The result is also exciting, and the difference between the two teams is not very far. We'll get back to that because now we need to look at heat number 2. So heat number 2 at the start line. Okay, Singapore Shell Club, the team nearest to you, versus German Dragon Singapore, GDS, one of the stronger international business community team in Singapore. And here we go. And that's the start of the race. And look at GDS as they try to pull away from Singapore Shell Club. I think they've already done that. As they come to the midpoint, GDS should be in a slight lead. And here they are at the midpoint. Okay, but Singapore Shell Club is also up at and with them. They're not giving quarter to the GDS team. But here they are at the 25-meter mark. GDS is trying to hold on, but look at Singapore Shell Club go. Will Singapore Shell Club be able to overtake GDS again? No. GDS has done enough to hold that challenge to win this race and claim their spot in the semi-final. So GDS will go into the semi-final, whereas Singapore Shell Club, good strong performance from Singapore Shell Club, and they will go into the rapid charge for a second crack at the semi-final slot. As promised, here is the official result of Century Open Group 4 Heat 1, the battle between Tampines North and Tampines Changkat. Okay, the second place team clocked 36.789. The winning team clocked 36.377. 12 millisecond difference between the first and second. The winner is the team from Tampines. Oh, there are two Tampines teams. Sorry, I repeat. The winner is the team from Tampines North, CSE. Official result of Century Open Group 4, Heat number 2, the battle between Singapore Shell Club and German Dragons Singapore. Winner and going into the semi-final, German Dragons Singapore. Now we are looking at Heat number 3 in Century Open Group 4. Shopee Singapore Private Limited, a corporate team versus Serangoon CSC. Shopee is the team nearer to you. And the starter has taken both teams under charge, and so the start will be commencing soon. We are crossing over for this race, Heat 3.
Both fire back better, both take hold. Both fire back better.
At least in this view, you can see the starter, the tall, handsome guy, Mr. Koh Hak Loon.
Stand by. Are you ready? Tension!
And there we go, the start of Heat 3. As the two teams pass the starters vote on the way to the finish line, it is Shopee nearest to you versus Serangoon CSE. Oh, look at Shopee. Strong performance from Shopee, and I think they will cross the midpoint first. Strong performance from Shopee. Will they be able to hold their lead? As Serangoon, with their powerful maintenance strokes, trying to keep up, trying to overtake Shopee. But Shopee is defending their lead quite well. And coming up to the finish line, Shopee will cross first and win this race to stake their claim in the semi-final and offer everybody 25% discount in shopping on their Shopee website. Yes? No? Hope so. Well done to Shopee. Please notice, I'm not sure. TP also.
Just finished the event 6-3.
Oh yeah, okay. All right, folks. So that concludes the heats for Century Open Group 4. As right now we are waiting the progression marks for this rapid charge that's coming up next. In the rapid charge, we will see Tampines Changkat meet Singapore Shell Club meet Serangoon CSC for the final slot, for the final semi-final slot. Okay, we'll be right back with more color commentary as we take a short break, let the team rest before the start of the rapid charge. Okay, we are ready for the rapid charge. The teams are moving off the pontoon, going to the start line. We will have Tampines Changkat, lane 2 nearest to you. Singapore Shell Club, the team in the middle. And Serangoon CSE, this is a 3-boat rapid charge race. Only the rapid charge winner will go into the semi-final. Again, for those of you who like to keep records and keep tabs, okay, we are pleased to report that Tampines North CSE has clocked the fastest time so far, even beating the time set by NTU. Tampines North clocked 36.377 in the heat, the one that they won against Tampines Changkat. Having said that, Tampines Changkat is also a very fast team because they were only 12 milliseconds behind Tampines North. There must be something in Tampines that's making all these teams go fast. Could be the spring water. Long time ago, when I was a little boy, there's this famous Tampines spring water. I'm not sure whether the spring water still exists or not, because my memory of Tampines has changed. It's no longer the Tampines that I knew and grew up in. Tampines there used to be several rolling hills that starts from Bedok and goes all the way until Changi. If those of you who are into running, it can be quite interesting. Up and down, and I remember from my youth, you up and down 7 times before you reach Changi. So that's old Tampines for you, folks. Now Tampines is the model residential housing estate in Singapore, where most of the housing models were first introduced. The prefab block, the 3-roomers, the 4-roomers, 5-roomers. But Tampines also has the distinction of having blocks of the same type, making identity very confusing sometimes, for they all look alike. So much about Tampines. Now we're heading back to the race, and that's the team nearest to you is Tampines Changkat, Iron Wheel, Singapore Shell Club next to them, and Serangoon furthest away. Well, for those teams that are about to make their way to Jurong Lake for the afternoon racing program, just take note that it has just begun to rain. Slight rain. We are experiencing slight rain now, drizzle in fact. Okay, and looking at the cloud cover that we have to anticipate heavier rains coming our way. In fact, the weatherman did say that it's supposed to rain later in the afternoon. We hope that we would get lucky and should be able to finish all the races so that we can conclude the race day 2 today. If not, we are ready to activate our wet weather plan. As long as we can complete the heats, we should be able to determine the winner, the runners-up, and so forth. Okay, going back to this race, this is Century Open Group 4, the rapid charge. All teams have already hooked up and we are about to start this race. So let's join the starter at the start line.
Okay, both legs forward a bit. And hold water. Put 2 back better.
Interference. Okay, we had a little interference in the communications between starter and the race tower, but all is still good. We managed to catch that race. And here they come towards the midpoint. Rapid charge 1. Iron Wheel is going to hit the midpoint first. They were quite a fast boat in their heat, only losing by 12 milliseconds to the eventual winner. But look at Iron Wheel dominating this rapid charge. They are already half boat ahead and they're still pulling away. And here they come, the last 25 meters. Iron Wheel should comfortably win this. And true enough, Iron Wheel winning the rapid charge and going into the semi-finals, followed by the other two teams in the racing pack, Singapore Shell Club and Serangoon CSE. And here, this is a good shot of the three teams making their way back to the pontoon. Iron Wheel did enough to stave off the challenge from Singapore Shell Club and Serangoon CSE as they come back to the pontoon to breathe non-laboured oxygen. That means and rest for a little bit before we call the crew to stand by for semi-final one. Okay, nice finish, good race. Okay, as we prepare for the semi-finals in 3 minutes time. Okay, we are back with the Century Open Group 4. This is semi-final 1 at the start point now. Tampines North, CSE, nearest to you, versus German Dragon Singapore, Team GDS. So this should be a good race. Tampines North just clocked the fastest time today, and they will be facing, Team GDS. Okay, German Dragon Singapore formed in 1998. Members from all around the globe, as many as from 16 different countries. And they have been active in the local and overseas racing competition. And they've been quite successful, winning some medals and trophies as well. And here they are against Tampines North.
Interference, huh?
And hold. Go one back. Go forward, step slightly forward. Okay, and hold water. Back a bit. No drop at all. Hold. Go one back a bit. And hold. Go forward back a bit. And hold. Go one, don't come forward. Back a bit. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
Here we go, semi-final 1 of Racing Group 4. Tampines North nearest to you versus GDS, and these are both fast teams as they went off the racing blocks. As they come and approach the midpoint, it's going to be Tampines North leading German Dragons or GDS. It is still Tampines North. As they approach the 25-meter mark, it is still Tampines North in the lead. So, will Tampines North be able to hold this and claim the final slot? Looks like they should be able to do that. Tampines North crossing the finish line and going into the finals. GDS, just a slight half vote behind them. Strong performance from Tampines North. Okay, as a quick zoom shot of them coming back to the finish line. Is still at, okay, the guys still don't want to stop training, taking the opportunity to do single pedaling strokes. Well. It was still a fantastic run by them as they hold off the challenge from one of the stronger international business community teams in Singapore, German Dragons Singapore. So as we watch the teams coming back to the pontoon, back at the start line, we are looking at semi-final 2 taking shape. Shopee, the team nearest to you, will do battle with Tampines Changkat Iron Wheel. Tampines Changkat is also another fast team. In fact, they had a very fast race between the two Tampines teams, and only 14 milliseconds differentiate the two of them. Timekeeper, are you ready to start? Timekeeper is ready to start. For semi-final 2, Shopee versus Tampines Changkat. Shopee has already hooked up. Tampines Changkat seems to have some slight problem. I think the front pedaler accidentally dropped the whole buoy, and so now they have to reset and come back in again. Okay, this is when you need a good steer, competent steer, because the start line is the most nervous part of the race for a paddler. Because once you start paddling, all those memory, muscle memory, mental memory will come back to you, and you will do what you're supposed to. But at the start, just before the start,
Go fight, hold water.
that's the most nervous part of the race.
Don't go forward. Back pedal, go fight.
Okay, we can hear the starter giving commands to the teams at the start line. We're going to cross over for the start of this race, semi-final 2.
Both, back pedal. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
That's the start of semi-final 2. Shopee nearest to you versus Tampines Changkat. Okay, Tampines Changkat or Iron Wheel have a very distinctive, strong hammering start, which is also the start technique favored by Shopee. So both teams are employing the same technique, the hammering. We call this the hammering style, because it's the same as you imagine yourself holding up a hammer and you're beating something up. But here they are at the 25-meter point. Tampines Changkat is in the lead. Can Shopee pick up and catch Tampines Changkat? Iron Wheel? Don't think so. Iron Wheel is too strong. They are able to hold this line and cross the finish line ahead of Shopee, claiming the slot to the finals, where they will repeat Heat 1, because Tampines Changkat will now meet Tampines North in the finals. This promised to be a very interesting final, because in the heats both teams were equally fast, only 14 milliseconds separate the two of them. So now they're going to meet each other again in the finals. So let's see whether will history repeat itself.
Hey, Foreign, can we do the final, then we come back one more time? Only left one race.
All right, so now is the final for Century Open Group 4. We have reached the final of this group, the race group stages. So this is Tampines North, nearest to you, the fastest time so far in the Century Open race category, and they will do battle against Tampines Changkat. They've earlier done the same battle in Heat 1 of this race group. So now this is the finals. And both teams are fast teams. Like I mentioned just now, Tampines North has clocked the fastest time so far today at 36.377. Tampines Changkat, Team Iron Wheel, away from you, have also clocked a very fast time at 36.789. 12 milliseconds between the two. So let's see whether will this be a revenge match for Tampines Changkat, or will Tampines North still prevail to hold the challenge to win this race. And here we go, the final, Tampines North versus Iron Wheel. Tampines North nearest to you, both pedaling technique about the same, but look at Tampines North. They are surging ahead, but this is where Iron Wheel will shift gear and trying to keep up with Tampines North. Tampines North cross the midpoint first. Will they have done enough to hold this? The last 25 meters, Tampines North is in the lead. Then they are still surging ahead, pulling away. Tampines North will win this. And here they come. Tampines North. Same result as the earlier hits. Tampines North bested Tampines Changkat. This time they mark their power by winning convincingly compared to the hits where both were very, very close and only separated by a few milliseconds. So it's a clear victory for Tampines North as both teams now head back to the pontoon. Tampines North, the champion of Century Open Group 4. So that concludes Century Open Group 4. As we out-process the teams, we will now break for lunch and replenishment, where we will come back with 4 more racing blocks in the afternoon. Racing block 6 to 8, with racing block 6 scheduled to start at 2:10 p.m. In the meantime, I'm going to go look for a nice kopitiam to have my lunch, and I will be back for Century Open Group 5 at 2:10 p.m. So, hope to see you again, folks. Stay tuned and come back at 2:10. Good afternoon to everybody here. We are at Passion Wave in Jurong Lake, and this is for the Dragon Boat Century 2022. And we are about to restart the race program after lunch, and where we will begin with Century Open Group number 5. As you can see, the teams are boarding into their boat now. So anytime the Chief Boat Marshal will release them to make their way to the start line so that we can start the races in earnest. Okay, there are 6 teams in this racing group, divided into 3 different heats. 2 teams in each heat. In the first heat, we will see the team from the Singapore Institute of Technology, or SIT, who will do battle with the team from the National University of Singapore, NUS, an all-varsity race. Some introduction about the team. The SIT is the 5th autonomous university in Singapore, established in 2002, and is the first university of applied learning in Singapore. Better known as SITDB in the Dragon Boat community. The SIT team was formed in 2014 with a humble team size of only 10 members. But the team has grown tremendously since then, with various help and support given by external parties, as well as the school student life division. Through all this support network, the team was able to participate in their first ever PM Cup, or the Prime Minister's Cup, a prestigious inter-varsity dragon boat racing category, in 2018, eventually medaling in the 2019 edition, which is really not bad for a young varsity. So they will do battle with the team from the National University of Singapore, or better known as NUS, founded in 1905, talking about the varsity that is, as the Straits Settlements and Federated Malay States Government Medical School. After several name changes between 1912 to 1980, the current NUS came into being in 1980. Those of you who like to keep tabs on data and figures, as of 2022, NUS is ranked the first university in Asia and 11th overall in the world university rankings. This team is nicknamed NUSDB, formed in 1987. Together with NTU, they were the first local competitive dragon boat teams in Singapore. And beyond the Century race, NUS also participates in the other 4 main local competitions each season. And the NUS Dragon Boat team live by the motto, when trainings get tough, they will stand by one another and push each other harder so that they can go further. Alright, so much for the 2 varsities that will do battle in Heat 1. We are looking forward to this battle. Okay, the teams in Heat 2, we will see the teams from Amici Events and Catering Private Limited, who will do battle with the Land Transport Authority Staff Club, or LTA. And then in Heat 3, we will get to see Potong Pasir Community Sports Club, who will do battle with American Dragons Singapore, or ADS. We will tell you a little bit more about the other teams once their heats are ready. So in the meantime, we are going to focus on heat number 1. On your screen is teams 3 and 4, Amici Events and Catering versus Land Transport Authority, LTA. Right, so welcome to, this is Passion Wave at Jurong Lake, nicknamed PAWV Jurong, part of the People's Association, a statutory board whose mission is to promote racial harmony and social cohesion. So, Passion Wave Jurong Lake is the first waterfront facility in West Singapore that offers water sports and lifestyle programs for the residents at this part of Singapore. The Dragon Boat Century race is one out of 5 major dragon boat races in Singapore. It was started in 2017 as the curtain raiser for the Singapore's dragon boat racing calendar. By its name, Century, referring to the 100-meter race distance, it is a super sprint event. With the initial intention, this race was designed to help teams try out their newbies or help teams just coming out from the season break to get back into racing. But now it has grown into considerably large racing event, popular with teams, new teams as well as the season teams alike. So the teams are now already out on the water, and we can hear the starter calling for the teams in heat 1.
Can start the race.
The teams in heat
Okay,
1 to hook up at the start line. For our international friends, if you're wondering how come only 5 people in the DB12 crew boat, well, this is because we need to comply with the safe management measures imposed by the Singapore government for sports in Singapore, where the main criteria is to only gather in subgroups of 5 people. Hence why you see 5 people inside the boat, 4 paddlers plus 1 steers person. The other controlling factor was we are only permitted to have maximum 50 people in the venue at any one time. So these two are the reason why you see 5 people inside the boat, and you also see 6 teams racing in one racing block. The concept of the racing block is similar to a mini race. So every racing block is a mini race. The camera is panning at the MRT, the East-West Line MRT, the longest MRT train in Singapore, also the oldest line, spanning from the eastern part of Singapore, from Pasir Ris Station all the way to the west, to Tuas Link, I think. Okay, and here's a look at our race starter who's checking the race course before he plants himself at the starting line and calling teams to start. The construction that is going on Jurong Lake is part of the refurbishment and renewal of Jurong Lake District, where you will get to see a new skate park as well as some F&B facilities for the betterment of the residents here, as well as a nice park connector. So scheduled to be completed in 2022 this year because of the COVID situation. The past 2 years, of course, this has been extended, and hopefully we will get to see the works completed by next year or the year after. So that's so much about the place, so much about the venue, so much about the history of the Century Race. Let's get back to racing as we see boat number 2. This is National University of Singapore, NUS, coming to the start line. Please excuse the absence of the boat number, because yesterday in the zealousness of installing the boat number, the boat number 2 decided to go for a dive, and it never came back up again. Yes, folks, someone dropped the boat number into the water, so it's somewhere in the bottom of Jurong Lake at the moment. So boat 2 is the only boat out of the 6 racing boats that we have here that is not marked by a boat number. Okay, the teams have already hooked up. The starter is giving last minute instructions. We should be crossing over to the starter soon. In the meanwhile, please enjoy the beautiful live stream video and pictures of the surrounding courtesy of Baha Video, our long-time collaborator who is the eminent water sports finish line service provider, not only for us but also for our sister associations, the Canoe Federation as well as the Rowing Association. And just by saying that, Baha has agreed to give us 50% more discount. Okay, back to racing. Crossing over to the starter for the start of heat number 1.
Move on. You're not moving. Back. Some more. Move on. I'm still waiting for your back pedal. And hold water. Hold water, not roll forward. Back pedal. Hold to hold. Stand by.
There goes the start signal for hit number 1. SIT, nearest to you versus NUS. And here they go, right from the start. Looks like SIT is surging forward with fast power strokes. And NUS just right behind them. Here comes the midpoint. Who crosses the midpoint first is the team that will have to defend that lead. It's SIT that crosses first. And here they come, about to reach the 25-meter mark towards almost the end point of the race. NUS is in the lead. SIT is coming from behind. SIT is going to overtake NUS at this point now. And here comes SIT as they surge forward, and they're going to finish this race and claim their slot in the semi-final. SIT clear winner here, followed by NUS, and NUS will have a second chance at qualifying to the final in the rapid charge coming up later. So the official race results for Century Open Group 5 heat number 1 between the battle between SIT and NUS, winner and going into the semi-final, SIT. So going back to the start line, the starter will be aligning the teams in heat number 2, Amici Events and Catering Private Limited, who will do battle against LTA, the Land Transport Authority. Amici Events and Catering is a boutique caterer offering affordable gourmet wonders of Eastern and Western cuisines. Nicknamed the United Paddlers, formed in 2013, formed by a group of friends who were passionate about dragon boat. And this is the first time the team is coming back to competitive racing since the onset of COVID. And believe me folks, United Paddlers is a very friendly team, and they welcome everyone or anyone who wish to turn competitive in dragon boating to join them. And why not? Their opponent is the team from LTA, the Land Transport Authority, which is a state board in Singapore overseeing and managing the land transportation system in Singapore. I know about all the jokes that how come LTA also play dragon boat. Yes, why not, people? Why not? And here they are on the screen. You can see both teams heading towards the start line as called forth by the race starter. So the start process involved the frontmost paddler holding onto a whole buoy. Purpose of the whole buoy is to check the boat from drifting. Of course, alignment is the responsibility of the steer. You can see the Amici frontmost paddler picking up the buoy, and in the race rules, he will be permitted to throw away or drop that buoy at the command, "Are you ready?" So that is the command. That is the modified race start command that we have to adopt for this race, because with only 4 + 1 people inside the boat. Okay, the absence of the drummer, the traditional person who was supposed to hold on to the buoy. So we can hear the last minute instructions from the starter. We are going to cross over to the starter soon for the start of this race in Century Open Group number 5, heat number 2. Oh, you can see the LTA front paddler pointing towards the front, trying to give last minute direction to the steer, making sure he's pointing in the right direction. It can be confusing, folks, especially when the buoy is the same size, the same color. But we are ready to race now.
Boat 3 back 1 stroke. Back paddle 1 stroke, boat 3. And hold. Back paddle. When I say hold, not roll. Hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
Here we go. Heat number 2, Amici events in lane 2 nearest to you versus LTA in lane 4 away from you. And it's Amici who has gotten a better start than LTA. And here towards the maintenance, they're going to change over to the maintenance stroke just before the midpoint. This is where the driving is, where the strokes will be important, because this is the strokes that will help you to pull away from the other team. Amici is in front by a little bit. As they reach the 25-meter mark, Amici is still holding their lead in front of LTA, and they are going to cross the finish line ahead of LTA, winning this race and qualifying to the semi-finals. Well, it's still not over for LTA. They will have another chance at qualifying to the semi-finals in the rapid charge. Here's a look at what team is this? They all look alike. Oh, that's Amici, yes. Okay. And behind them, LTA. In its heyday, LTA was one of the strongest civil service club team in Singapore, becoming the civil service champions on numerous occasions. Okay, but it has been a while since we've seen the LTA team on water due to COVID restrictions on government statutory boards. So we are very happy to have them here in our race today. So the official race results for Century Open Group 5 Heat 2 battle between Amici Events and Catering versus LTA's Staff Club winner, and going into the semi-final, Amici Events and Catering Private Limited. Back to the start line. This is Heat 3, where we will see Potong Pasir CSC in lane 2 nearest to you versus American Dragons Singapore ADS. ADS is also another strong international business community team formed in 2005, and they are not only into Dragon Boat, they are also into Outrigger Canoe or OC, and affiliated with the American Association of Singapore. Humble beginnings in 2005, and now they have team members coming from over 20 nationalities. Their presence is strong in local paddling events as well as some overseas races, and they are also repeat champions in the International Business Community League. So we're going to get to see ADS against Potong Pasir. That signal the start with Potong Pasir in lane 2 nearest to you, and look at the ADS go. Those are pretty strong strokes, and they are trying to hold back Potong Pasir, who is increasing their stroke rate. Coming to the midpoint, it is Potong Pasir ahead of ADS. Potong Pasir is still maintaining that high stroke rate. Can they maintain it all the way to the end? Only 100 meters, but ADS is right on their breathing down their neck. But it will be Potong Pasir. Strong finish by Potong Pasir, crossing the finish line and going into the semi-finals. ADS will go into the rapid charge, where they will join NUS and LTA in a 3-boat corner fight, where only the winner will qualify to join the other heat winners in the semi-finals. So okay, as we look at the race course, can we have a look at the teams going back to the finish line? Adjusting? Okay, so right, the official results of heat number 3, Potong Pasir CSC versus American Dragon Singapore, winner and qualifying to the semi-final, Potong Pasir CSC. Here is the lineup for the rapid charge that's coming up ahead. Lane 2, National University of Singapore. Lane 3, Land Transport Authority Staff Club. And lane 4, American Dragon Singapore ADS. As we await the start of the rapid charge, or rather as we await teams to get ready for the rapid charge, okay, we have been lucky to garner the kind sponsorship of our kind sponsors, Paul's Ice Cream, which is the embodiment of Latvian ice cream, 100% natural and made from the freshest milk from local Latvian farmers. And since 1971, Paul's has kept their original recipe. So take a bite of Paul's, always thick, always creamy. And apart from Paul's, we also have some kind sponsorship from Shape Time. Frozen Greek yogurt comes in 3 flavors, vanilla, strawberry and mango. Each pack with tasty Greek yogurt coated with delicious Belgian chocolate. It is the go-to snack because it has low calories and high protein, which is exactly what dragon boater or any high impact sportsman needs. So get your Shape Time Greek yogurt now. So we're gonna stand down for a bit, maybe perhaps for 2 minutes, as we give teams a breather before we call them to get ready for the rapid charge coming up next. In the meanwhile, we'll be right back. Okay, so now you are looking at teams that are in the rapid charge of Racing Century Open Group 5. 3 teams, 3 boat race. Only the winner will go into the semi-final, so a lot at stake for this race. The racing format of the racing block involves 6 teams in 3 heats, so the heat winners will go into the semi-final. That's 3 slots, where all the heat losers will go into the rapid charge, another 3 slots. And out of these 3 slots, only the rapid charge winner will join the other 3 heat winners in the semi-final. So we will have 2 race semi-finals where only the semi-final winners will do battle in the finals. So very simple racing format designed to suit COVID conditions, where the safety management measures are quite stringent here in Singapore. And here's just a word of caution to teams that are gathered here in Passion Wave at Jurong Lake. Please beware that the safety and the red shirt safety ambassadors, as well as the plainclothes safety ambassadors, are out and about looking at the control of the safety management measures. That means you need to keep your face mask on. If you are in a group, your group size cannot be more than 5. And if you are in, and there are more of you, then each subgroup should be sufficiently distant away from one another. So please abide by these rules, otherwise the SAs might pick you up for a citation, which means you will be donating $300 to the Singapore government if you are caught. So going back to the races, the starter is hooking up or getting the 3 teams in the rapid charge to hook up. These are nervous times because this is their last chance to claim a spot in the semi-final. And anyway, the start line is always the most nervous part of a race, because once you start pedaling, your muscle memory will take over, your mental training will take over, and then you will just automatically pedal and do what you're supposed to do. But before that, that's nervy times. And nervy times has been known to throw teams off balance until they are unable to execute their game plan. So this is where a strong boat captain comes into play to calm the team down, get them focused, ready for racing. Experienced teams, this all are, but not necessarily with experienced crew. So as we see them hooking up, NUS is nearer to you, LTA in the middle, and ADS, American Dragon Singapore, nearer to the starter boat. You can see the starter boat with the chief starter standing, looking at the line. He's assisted by an assistant starter who's holding on to the start equipment, technically the high-speed camera trigger, as well as the air horn, and the boat driver / race official as well, because we always multitask here in Singapore. So final adjustments, crossing over to the starter for the start of the rapid charge.
Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
Here we go, NUS nearest to you, LTA in the middle, and ADS right or far back. And look at NUS go. They know this is their last chance, and they're not going to hold back now as they surge forward towards the midpoint, followed closely behind by ADS. But LTA has dropped to the back a little bit, and I think LTA will not be able to catch NUS, but look at NUS go. Strong, very strong indeed. As they hit the last 25-meter point, NUS is already half a boat length ahead of ADS, and NUS is going to win this. And they are still going. Right. Finishing this race in first place, winning the rapid charge, NUS will be going into the semi-final, where they will join SIT, Singapore Institute of Technology, Amici Events and Catering Private Limited, and Potong Pasir CSC in the semi-finals. Looking at American Dragons, ADS, and LTA team as they head back to the pontoon. So now as they go back to the pontoon, we are going to give them a little rest time before we call the teams to go for their semi-finals. So in the meanwhile, we will also be taking a short break, coming back for the semi-finals very, very soon. Stay tuned, folks. We'll be back. Just pick anyone, Boba. Alright folks, so now we are ready for semi-final 1. You can see the teams in semi-final 1 loading up and about to depart for the start line. Oh, semi 1 is at, oh, so this is semi 2, my mistake. You're looking at Potong Pasir CSE and NUS loading up their boats at the pontoon and moving to the start line. If we can move to the start line you should be able to see semi-final 1, where SIT in lane 2 nearest to you will do battle with Amici Events and Catering Private Limited. SIT, the 5th anonymous university in Singapore, brand new university, and the first university of applied learning in Singapore as well. The Dragon Boat team only established in 2014, and here they are about to do battle with Amici Events and Catering, a boutique caterer offering affordable gourmet wonders. So here's a look at SIT, and here is Amici. And that's the starter in the powerboat right behind Amici. Amici also goes under another name. They are also known as United Paddlers, formed in 2013 by a group of friends who are passionate about the sport. And look where they are now. They are competing in a prestigious Dragon Boat racing event, and we are hopeful to see them in some more bigger races coming up later part of the year as well. SIT, of course, no stranger to racing, especially to the Prime Minister's Cup, and I think that is the target of all the varsities, including SIT, to medal in the Prime Minister's Cup, which, if everything goes according to plan, we should be able to raise that category in the Singapore Dragon Boat Festival in June this year. So coming back to the Century race, here is the semi-final 1, and we are waiting for the signal from the starter to start the race.
Okay, hold water, boat 3, boat 1, back pedal. And hold. Boat 1, back pedal. Back pedal, harder. Guys, are you doing back pedal now? The boat is not moving at all. And hold. Boat 3 back pedal. And hold. Boat 1 back pedal. Hold water. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
And here we go, semi-final 1, SIT nearest to you versus Amici Catering. Amici Catering. And look at SIT go straight off the bat. They are already half a boat length ahead of Amici, and SIT is going to cross the midpoint first. They should be able to hold this lead, which is quite rather comfortable, unless Amici is able to pull something out of the back and chase SIT down. As they come to the 25-meter mark, SIT, half a boat length ahead, still surging forward, going to cross this finish line strongly. And going into the finals, SIT, Singapore Institute of Technology, with a convincing win. As we look at the teams going back to the pontoon to rest until we call SIT to come for the final. Strong performance, making a statement to the other varsities watching them here. And don't forget Amici, who has also performed well, making their way into the semi-finals. Just that SIT had the better start, that's all. And in this 100-meter race, the team that starts well usually will win. So the official results for semi-final 1, event number 72, semi-final 1, the battle between SIT and Amici Events and Catering Private Limited. Winner and going into the final, Singapore Institute of Technology. SIT will just buy a few more minutes before they will join the winner of semi-final 2 in the final. Whereas for Amici, it's a job well done. Even though they did not progress to the final, their mere presence in the semi-final is a good indicator of the progress that they have made in the sport. Remember, they've just come back to competitive racing since the onset of COVID. So that's actually quite a remarkable achievement for a team that has been that has been standing down for a very long time. So now back to the start line for semi-final 2, where we will see Potong Pasir versus NUS. Potong Pasir clocking one of the faster qualifying times in all of races today. Both are equally fast teams, so this should be a fast and furious race. So my advice to you is not to blink in case you miss anything. Potong Pasir is the team nearer to you. And we are going to cross over to the starter for the start of this race.
Both teams back better. Five. Are you going to move? You're not moving. You can see. I can see here. Very obvious. Your head is way in front. And hold. Stand by. Hey, first lower. Why? What did I say? I say, are you ready? Then let go, right? Back better now. Put 2 back better, 1 stroke. And hold. 5 back. You can see the first row. You can see your boy, starting boy, is so near to you. Okay, hold on to it. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
That is the start of semi-final 2. Potong Pasir nearest to you versus NUS. Both are fast teams. And here they go. Look at the way they start. Potong Pasir, the hammering style of paddling, followed by NUS, also the hammering style of paddling. So both teams are adopting the same technique as they come to the midpoint. Who is in the lead? I think Potong Pasir is a slight lead. But will this lead hold? Because both of them are equal at this moment. Both of them are still on par. Still hard to tell. But here comes the last 25 meters. NUS is slightly in front. But Potong Pasir is picking up. Can Potong Pasir overcome NUS at the end? Oh, can NUS hold that line? Oh, it's a close finish. It's a very close finish. Wow. That's what you get when you have two fast teams competing against one another. Fast and furious indeed, folks. Right. Okay. Looking at the race video, we have a clear indicator of who actually came in front. So we don't have to go to the high-speed camera and break down the frame into thousands and millions of seconds. Not necessary, folks, this time. We are able to see for ourselves from the video which one is the winning team. Okay, for the moment, I will wait for the two teams to get back to the pontoon before I announce the good or bad news, depending on which flip of the coin you are at. Okay, I'm going to wait for them to dock. Then I'm just going to make them feel nervous a little bit before we make the announcement. Tolong pasir time, yes? Lama. Okay, we will take a short break, about 2 minutes, as we wait for the team to catch their breath and reorient themselves, gather themselves up as they get ready for the finals. 2 minute break, just nice for me to run to the toilet and come back. Stay tuned. And we are back for the final of the 2-minute run to the toilet for everyone. So we have lightened ourselves and now we are ready to race. Final of Century Open Group 5, Singapore Institute of Technology SIT in lane 2, nearest to us, versus National University of Singapore NUS, the oldest varsity versus one of the youngest varsity in Singapore. This will promise to be another fast and furious race as both teams are equally fast. If you are following the Century race is spanning over the entire month of March on the weekends. So if you want to watch the varsities in action, do make a note or mark on your calendar, 25th of March, where the entire day will be spent with the inter-varsity races as well as the inter-poly ITE races. So now you see both teams heading towards the start line. The winds have picked up a bit. It is a crosswind breeze. It is steady breeze at the moment. But on the water, it is blowing crosswind. If you are inside the dragon boat, the wind is blowing from your left to your right. That means the wind will be moving or will be causing your boat to slide to the side. Hence, holding onto the buoy now becomes very critical because the frontmost paddler, the person holding onto the buoy, he must be holding onto the buoy strongly. And the competency and skill of the steer will now be tested as the steer needs to compensate for the wind as well as compensating for the pivot effect as the boat turns on the whole buoy, which has now become a pivot. And he has to register all this, compute all this, and make sure that when he starts racing, he is able to control the boat straight down the race course. It is also going to be challenging for our race officials, our starter and our umpire, to make sure that the alignment is correct. Okay, so this is where everybody needs to play their part and everybody needs to help each other, unless otherwise it's going to be a very, very difficult race. Starter has indicated that he's ready to start the race. Timekeeper is ready. We are ready. Crossing over to the starter for the start of Century Open Group 5, event number 74, the finals.
Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
Here we go, the final, SIT, nearest to you versus NUS. Both are fast and blistering. Look at those starts, look at those stroke rates. Very fast stroke rates indeed, especially by SIT as they try to outdistance NUS. SIT adopting the fast forward strokes, followed by NUS with the hammer type strokes, hammer type techniques. Okay, which technique will work for the teams? Here comes the last 25 meters. NUS is in a slight lead, but SIT is coming up from behind. SIT is going to catch up with NUS. SIT is going to overtake NUS. Wow. The hype did not disappoint, folks. The hype did not disappoint. We told you that this is going to be a fast and furious race, and the fast and furious race we got. So as the teams turn and make their way back to the pontoon, the race officials are reviewing the video to confirm the results that we have. Coming from behind to overtake the leader and finally to win this race. And they only come from behind the last 20 meters. They were very evenly matched. They were neck to neck. They were next to each other, in fact, until the last 25 meters. where one of the team managed to dig in deep, find that reserve energy, surge forward, and claim the finish line. Which team is that? So, which team is that claimed the finish? Here are the official race results for event number 74 Century Open Group 5 final in the battle between the Singapore Institute of Technology versus the National University of Singapore. The winner, coming from behind, has the name Singapore on it. Which Singapore? The Singapore Institute or the National University of Singapore? Which one? Oh, I shouldn't say that. I was actually asking the CEO that. Oh, shit, I'm still on there. Damn it. Again, the winner of and the champion of Century Open Group 5, Singapore Institute of Technology. Coming from behind, they were together, they were on par all the way from the start until the last 25 meters. SIT overtook NUS right at the end. So we hope to see both varsities again on 25th of March in the inter-varsity race.
Hi, Rob, can ask them to hold the ice cream high up, then take photo. Thank you.
Well done to both teams. As you can see, we are handing the poles ice cream to these teams because why? Why give them ice cream now? Because they deserve it. After a hard race, it's ice cream time and yogurt time, courtesy of poles and Shape Time, our kind ice cream and yogurt sponsor. Thank you guys for supporting supporting our kind sponsors. After burning all those calories, all those energy in that Fast and Furious race, this is the easiest and fastest way for you to regain that lost energy and lost calories, so that you can have enough energy for the remaining part of the day. Thank you and well done. So that concludes Century Open Group 5. As we out-process the teams, we are getting ready for Century Open Group 6 who are waiting outside of Boat Marshall. So once that Group 6 is ready to roll, we will get back to you with some more color commentary of the Century Open Group 6. And we are back, folks, in Passion Wave at Jurong Lake for the Century Open Group 6 races now. This will be a 5-team racing block. That means the teams will be racing in 2 heats, where one heat there will be 2 teams, whereas the other heat there will be 3 teams. Okay, the teams, let me introduce to you the teams that will be doing battle in this Group 6. We will have the team from Sengkang East CSE, Team Naga. Phoenix Dragons, Singapore. Phoenix as in that fiery bird. Singapore Management University or SMU. The British Chamber of Commerce and International Business Community Team. And Mountbatten CSE. These are the 5 teams that will be doing battle in this Century Open Group 6. The winds have picked up. In fact, we are getting winds at about 9 to 10 kilometers per hour, blowing crosswind from the back. So, depending on the wind direction, at certain part of the race course, the teams will be getting some tailwind that should help them in their quest to clock or to finish quick or finish fast. But the wind gust is rather strong at 14 kilometers per hour. Okay, so it depends on whether the team managed to catch some wind gusts or the tailwind, that depending on how the wind is, which direction the wind is going. And tailwind is always welcome in dragon boat racing. So the teams that will be doing battle in Heat 1 will be Sengkang East CSE, Team Naga and Phoenix Dragons. Sengkang East, I have some information here about Sengkang East CSE. The club team affiliated with Sengkang Town, which is the second most populous town in northeastern Singapore. Sengkang means prosperous harbour in Chinese. Or to block or create a choke point in Malay. Sengkang. So, very peculiar history here. The name can either be referred to as the Chinese origin or Malay origin. And the other name for this team, Sengkang East Team Naga. Naga is the Malay and Sanskrit word for dragon. Yes, poignant indeed. The team was formed in the year 2005 after a group of friends decided to cheer a friend at his first dragon boat race at the Singapore River Regatta way back in 2004. By 2005, this group of friends have decided to form a own team, started training, and Team Naga was born. Initially a corporate team with colleagues as teammates. As the team grew bigger, they began to receive crew members from all walks of life. In 2010, after some major wins, Team Naga caught the attention of Punggol East CSE and raced under their banner for some years in major races both in Singapore and Malaysia. But in 2021, after a CSE restructuring, Team Naga became known as Sengkang East Naga Dragon Boat Team. And it is the team that we are going to watch today doing battle with Phoenix Dragons Singapore. Those of you who are familiar with the culture and traditions of Dragon Boat, Phoenix is the female counterpart of the mighty dragon. In fact, there are some drawings and some literature, Chinese literature, about the dragon and the phoenix. The yin and the yang, the male and female, the balance of nature. One fierce, one gentle, one strong, one not that strong, one handsome, one pretty. So that is the teams going into heat number 1. Heat number 2, we will have the team from SMU, Singapore Management University, Singapore's first publicly funded private university offering a style of education model after the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania, USA. Nicknamed SMUGB, this Dragon Boat team was formed in 2005, and they are a close-knit family of driven, dedicated students unafraid of pushing themselves beyond limits. And since their humble beginnings in 2005, the team have grown from only 10 paddlers into a strong and well-established team with over 80 members strong today. Wow, that's a big team. One team, one heart, one stroke is their motto, and let's see they fulfill that. One team, one heart, one stroke, as they're going to do battle with the British Chamber of Commerce from the international business community. a very, very friendly team, a very, very likable team. And they are very, very,
Race tower, event 75, event 76.
and they are very well liked because they always share their beer with us. That's why they're very well liked. Go British Chamber of Commerce, or better known as Go British Dragons. The last team making up this racing group is Mountbatten CSC. Mountbatten CSC used to be the team to go to after a national athlete retires from the national team. At one point, basically all the national team veterans would ended up in Mountbatten CSC. Well, after some change of management, people coming in, coming out, Mountbatten CSC is still going strong, and they are still racing in Dragon Boat. So it's nice to see that some traditions are still running and are still relevant even in this modern age. Okay, let's go to the start line. As we see the teams in heat number 1, Sengkang is CSC Team Naga and Phoenix Dragons already hooking up and ready to start. Starter is explaining to the teams, especially about the start process, notably when to release the whole buoy that is being held by the frontmost paddler in the team. Timekeeper is ready to start. We are also ready to start, waiting for the start. There goes the start, heat 1. Sengkang is CSC Team Naga nearer to you versus Phoenix Dragons. And there they go. Looks like Phoenix Dragons has surged ahead as they come to the midpoint again. Let's see who reach the midpoint first. Phoenix Dragon is going to hit the midpoint first. Phoenix Dragon is in the lead, but it's only a slight lead. Let's see whether can they hold this lead as Naga is coming up, creeping up behind them. Coming up to the last 25 meters. Phoenix is ahead and they are very well ahead. And they should be able to hold this. Coming to the finish line. Phoenix Dragon Singapore crossing finish line first. Claiming the top slot and going into the semi-finals. Good control racing by Phoenix Dragons, as they were able to control the pace right from the start all the way to the finish to claim the top slot and going into the semi-final, the automatic berth into the semi-final. Sengkang CSC Team Naga will have another crack at this through the rapid charge. But at the moment, both teams will have to wait for the results of the second group, of the second heats, which will determine the next automatic berth for the semi-finals. So the next race will be a 3-boat race with the Singapore Management University SMU in lane number 2, British Chamber of Commerce in lane number 3, and Mountbatten CSC in lane number 4. The winner will earn the automatic berth into the semi-finals, whereas the other two heat losers will join Sengkang CSC Team Naga in the rapid charge for a second crack at the semi-final slot. Here is the official results of event number 75, Century Open Group 6, heat number 1. Sengkang East CSE versus Phoenix Dragons Singapore, winner and automatically qualifying to the semi-finals, Phoenix Dragons Singapore. Okay, here at the start line, you can see the three teams hooking up. Starter has indicated that he's ready to start the race. This is heat number 2. A 3-boat race because this is a 5-team racing block. Okay, SMU nearest to you, British Dragons in the middle, and Mountbatten CSC. The heat winner will secure the second automatic berth in the semi-final, whereas the heat losers will go into the rapid charge. Crossing over to the starter for the start of this race, event 76.
Both 4 back, both 3 back, 1 stroke. Both team 1 stroke. Both 4 back, 1 stroke. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
And there they go, SMU nearest to you, British Dragons in the middle, and Mountbatten CSE as they start off from the starting line. Fast and furious, all teams. This is going to be another fast and furious race. Everybody is on par as they come to the midpoint. They are even now. Nobody has gained any advantage over the other. But here's where the outlook is changing. As we reach the last 25 meters, Mountbatten CSE is in the lead. But look at SMU. Can SMU overcome Mountbatten? No. Mountbatten will claim this and go into the semi-final, whereas the other two, SMU and British Dragons, will have another crack at the semi-final through the rapid charge, where they will also do battle with Sengkang East in another 3-boat race. All 3 teams were equal until the midpoint, where the strength of Mountbatten shone forth as they were able to surge up and push through the racing pack on their heels, winning this race and claiming the second automatic berth in the semis. Okay, I'm listening to the race officials, the communication between the chief judge, CEO, chief official, and the links operator as they confirm the order of finish and the time of finish. I'm also awaiting their decision, on based on the race results, the progression into the next round, which is the semi-finals. Okay, what is certain? The Phoenix Dragons, who will be going into event 79 semi-final 1, and Mountbatten CSE will be going into semi-final 2. Official race results of event 76 Century Open Group 6, heat number 2. The battle between SMU versus British Dragons versus Mountbatten CSE. Winner and going into the semi-final is Mountbatten CSE. Here is the lineup for event 78, the rapid charge. In lane 1 will be Sengkang East CSE Team Naga. In lane 3 will be SMU. In lane 4 will be the British Dragons. Please check with boat marshal. Please decide what time you're going to dispatch them.
Verify for event number 78, Sengkang, ECSC is in lane 2. Is it a positive?
Positive. Okay, folks, we are going to allow the team some breather before we commence the rapid charge. We will get back to you as soon as we can. Okay, we are ready for the rapid charge in Century Open Group 6 now. You can see the teams are making their way to the start line. This is boat number 3, SMU, as they begin their trek to the start line for their rapid charge, which is going to be a 3-boat race. SMU will do battle with the British Dragons, and the third team would be Sengkang East. Okay, I'll be right back as I try to rectify an error I just spotted. Okay, we are back, managed to rectify that fault. So we are now ready to go. You're looking at boat number 4, the British Dragons, as they go and join the other two teams for this 3-boat rapid charge race. The rapid charge winner and rapid charge runners-up will qualify to the semi-finals, joining Phoenix Dragons Singapore and Mountbatten CSE, who have already qualified by virtue of being the heat winners. So this is it. Win or don't win, qualify or no qualify, do or die. For these 3 teams, only 2 will go to the semi-final. One will go to eat ice cream early.
Timekeeper ready to start.
Okay, thank you.
And the timekeeper auntie, now yes, we changed to auntie already, replace the timekeeper Meme. Timekeeper auntie is ready to start. Correct, timekeeper auntie?
Yes.
So British Dragons already hook up. The Empire is chasing the other 2 teams to quickly hook up. Okay, the start line is a place where you want to hook up as fast as you can so that you can orientate focus and attention to the race. Because if you are late in getting to the start line, okay, you will make your team very, very nervous, because the race officials will expedite your movement. And it may not be a good thing, because you will be rushed. Okay, what you want to do at the start line is to enter the start line, relax, ready to race, calm demeanor, because you need to focus all your attention and energy at the first few start strokes, which in this century race, a short distance super sprint race, the team that starts well wins. So you want to start well. You can see the 3 teams have already hooked up. Once again, Sengkang East Naga nearest to you, SMU in the middle, British Dragons. And the starter boat, who is not part of the racing. And the starter is ready to call the start.
3 and 4 back. Okay, hold water. 3 back. 1 back. 3 back. Back banner, second row away, rowing forward. And hold. 3 back. 4 back, 1 stroke. Back 1 stroke, 4. Quickly. Order! Are you ready? Attention!
That's the start of the rapid charge. Sengkang East Team Naga nearest to you, SMU in the middle, British Dragons. And here they come, only 2 teams will go into the semi-final, the winner and the runners-up. Well, the last team will go eat ice cream early. So here they come at the midpoint. Looks like it's SMU crossing the midpoint together with the British Dragons. SMU and British Dragons now look like Sengkang East Naga is in the trail. So it's now just a 2-horse race, the 2 dragons race in fact, for first or second. It's going to be SMU coming in slightly ahead of British Dragons. Both teams doing just enough to go into the semi-final. Sengkang East Naga did not manage to have the blistering start that they did in their heats. So something I definitely that the coaches and the team will analyze and take a look again. All they need to do is just to revisit the live stream video, download this race part, and they will be able to analyze their performance. Whereas good job well done for SMU and British Dragons for qualifying to the semi-finals. So as the team heads back to the pontoon to rest until they are called upon again, here are the official results for event number 78, Century Open Group 6 Rapid Charge. In the battle between Sengkang East Team Naga versus SMU versus British Dragons. Winner and runners-up, SMU and British Dragons respectively. So again, we're going to allow the teams to rest for a little bit before we call them to get ready for the semi-finals. So with that, I will be right back. Okay, folks, we are back for semi-final 1, and you can see that the teams in that semi-final, they are leaving the pontoon now and heading back to the start line so that they can get ready for their race. In this race, we will see Phoenix Dragons Singapore versus Singapore Management University SMU. Here's a look at Phoenix Dragons Singapore as they make their way to the start line. We can also see SMU just leaving the pontoon in and following in trail of Phoenix Dragons Singapore as they move to the start line. In this semi-final, only the winner will go to the finals, and in the finals is going to be a 2-boat race that will determine the champion as well as the gold medal or silver medal. No bronze medal for this race because of the race format only having 2 racers, two participating teams in the finals. And here's a look at the 2 Dragon boats in semi-final 1. The 2 teams, Phoenix Dragons Singapore and SMU, as they make their way to the start line. Thank you for having us, spending your weekend, Sunday afternoons, watching the Century Race 2022, the race that was first started in 2017. What was initially the curtain raiser for the Singapore Dragon Boat Racing calendar has now become a prestigious Dragon Boat racing event. All because of SMM, which curtail and all the other major races, so we are left with this one. Hence all the teams worrying that future races might be curtailed. So all the races, all the season teams turn up for this one, making the race more colorful, more challenging. Well, the Century was initially designed to help teams try out newbies or help teams just coming out from season break to get back into racing. But as I mentioned, it has now become a serious race. So much the better for us. The Century being just 1 out of 5 races that Singapore usually conduct in a year. If you do your math, that's about 2.5 race. That is 1 race every 2.5 months. Crazy. So the teams are still making their way to the start line. Phoenix Dragons will occupy lane 2, being the heat winner, and SMU, being the rapid charge winner, will be alongside them in lane 4. You are watching the fine and beautiful livestream videos provided to you by Baha Video, the eminent water sport finish line camera service provider, who has been a long-time collaborator with us. Incorporated in 1990, we've been using Baha Video service for our Dragon Boat finish line video finish line camera, and Baha Video is also the finish line service provider for Singapore Canoe Federation as well as the Singapore Rowing Association. So they are the expert on water sports. Hence why they are the people we go to when we have races like such as this one. Baha Video was also the finish line service provider for the 2015 Singapore SEA Games, marking their foray into the international international televised event. So back to the races. Here we are waiting for the start of event number 79, semi-final 1, Phoenix Dragons versus SMU. We will be crossing over to the starter for the start of this race anytime now. There goes the start of the race semi-final 1. Phoenix Dragons versus SMU. Phoenix Dragons, the lane nearest to you. Strong start from both teams, but it is SMU who has the more aggressive start. But here they come as they reach the 50-meter mark. It is both teams still evenly matched, on par, neck to neck, dragon head to dragon head. And this is the point where the team that wants it most must step up. The last 25 meters. Phoenix Dragons, will they do enough, or is it SMU that will hold them off? Well. The teams were evenly matched until the 50-meter mark, and they were still evenly matched until the last 25 meters. Whereby in the final charge, it is the charge of SMU that is the stronger charge, the winning charge. Okay, but both teams, from where they are at inside their boat, they wouldn't be able to tell who would have crossed ahead of the other. So they wouldn't know, folks. So let's keep it that way until both have hooked up onto the pontoon, and then we tell them. Okay, as we juggle the time between looking at the teams going back to the pontoon and the teams in semi-final 2 hooking up. Okay, we've already known who is going into the finals, but looks like semi-final 2 is about ready. Or are they ready yet? No, they are not. So we have time to announce the result. And here is the official race results for event number 79, semi-final 1, Phoenix Dragons Singapore versus SMU. Winner after a late charge and going into the final, Singapore Management University. So now we head back to the start line for the start of event number 80, the semi-final 2, where Mountbatten CSE will battle British Dragons. Mountbatten CSE was the heat winner and British Dragons was the rapid charge runners-up. Okay, so as we await the starter giving last-minute instructions to the teams at the start line. Okay, will this race be a carbon copy of the race that we just saw earlier, where both teams were on equal footing right until the last 25 meters, where the final charge decide the race? Let's wait and see. Crossing over to the starter for the start of this race.
Five back. And start. Five. What are you doing, huh? I said stand by, honey. What are you doing? Easy. 5 back. 4 step. Little bit forward. And hold. Jimmy. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
There you go, semi-final 2, Mountbatten CSE dearest to you versus British Dragons. And right off the bat, it is Mountbatten CSE surging ahead. Can the British Dragons keep up? If the British Dragons are able to keep up, that means they will have a better chance of outstroking Mountbatten CSE. But though I don't think so. Mountbatten CSE crossed the midpoint first, and here they come towards the last 25 meters, where everything matters. But look at the charge from Mountbatten CSE. They are outdistancing the British Dragons, and they're going to cross the finish line ahead, claiming the final spot, Mountbatten CSE. Well, looks like it will be SMU versus Mountbatten CSE in the finals. Mountbatten has been the steady team from the heats to semi-final, winning both. SMU having a surprise setback in the heats, winning the rapid charge, and then qualifying to the finals. So now, as we wait for the final, it will be SMU versus Mountbatten for the Century Open Group 6 Championship. Okay, we are going to allow the team to rest for a little bit before we call them out to go to the start line. In the meanwhile, we are looking at Mountbatten CSE docking now at the moment. British Dragons taking some selfie. And why not? Selfie or video during race is precious commodity. Good memories. And we are okay with that. Okay, before they come into the docks. Official race results of Event 80 Century Open Group 6 Semi-Final 2 Mountbatten CSE versus Mountbatten CSE versus British Dragons winner, and going into the finals to meet SMU, it will be Mountbatten CSE. So there you have it, folks. We are going to take a short break as we rest for a little bit until we are ready for the final of Century Open Group 6. Okay, so now we are ready for the final race of Century Open Group 6. This will be the final race, the race that will determine the champion for Century Open Group 6. It will either be SMU in lane 2 nearest to you or Mountbatten CSC. Yes, you can see both teams are heading towards the start line. We can also hear the starter and the umpire urging them to quickly hook up at the start line so that we can start their race. Which is the final race of this group. The last two survivors from the initial group of 5. SMU versus Mountbatten CSC. SMU, of course, is the Singapore Management University, Singapore's first publicly funded private university, versus Mountbatten CSC, which for a very long time has been the team to go to by retired or veteran ex-national team Dragon Boaters. Now the ex-national Dragon Boaters go to a lot more diverse teams. Some of them ended up with their employers, some of them ended up with the CSC team of the area they lived in, and so forth. So anyway, back to the races. This is the final, and we're waiting for the starter to start this race. It is going to be SMU versus Mountbatten. Mountbatten is the favorite because they have been steadily winning their heats and winning their semifinals to get here. SMU got here through a rather circuitous route because they have to go into the rapid charge, winning that rapid charge before coming into the semifinals. That means SMU doing one extra race more than Mountbatten. So let's see, Mountbatten rested more, and will that rest convert into a more sharper, a more fresher team than SMU? Crossing over to the starter for the start of this race. Here we go, SMU nearest to you and Mountbatten CSC, fast and furious start. And as they commit their start strategy, both teams are equally quick now, almost similar racing technique, racing strategies. And this is where it matters, when the start is converted into the maintenance or the holding pull, the driving pull. And who has the stronger drive at this point? Both looks, from where we are, looks like Mountbatten has the stronger drive. Rest is Mountbatten in the lead. Can SMU catch up with Mountbatten, or SMU or Mountbatten will be hold onto this lead? Yes, they were able to hold onto the lead. Mountbatten CSC, the champions of Century Open Group 6, holding strong. Both teams at the start were fast. Both teams at the start were powerful. It was the team that crossed the midpoint ahead and eventually holding on to that ahead lead all the way to the finish line. Mountbatten CSC. Fine showing of dragon boatmanship. Fine showing indeed. As we watch both teams head back to the pontoon. This is the conclusion of the Century Open Group 6. Announcing the official race results of event number 81, Century Open Group 6 final between Singapore Management University and Mountbatten CSC. Winner and the champion of Century Open Group 6, the CSC from Mountbatten. Well done to both teams. Well done to both teams. As the team more back their boats to finish this Group 6. Next coming up would be Century Open Group 7, where we will see two two very, very brave teams racing out of their class. When I say what I mean by class is I mean by their age group. Two teams racing out of their age group. They are here for the personal challenge, and they are not daunted by the fact that they will be challenging stronger teams. And who are these teams that I'm talking about? Find out soon enough when we come back with Century Open Group 7 coming up right after this break.
Lah, okey, tak ada hal saya turunkan. Tadi saya jatuh.
All right, welcome back everybody to Passion Wave at Jurong Lake. And this is the Century Open Group 7 where we have two special teams. Two very, very brave teams. They are racing right outside of their comfort zone. In fact, they are racing outside of their racing class. No fear for these teams. And who are they? I will reveal them to you soon enough. So for this racing block, we are back to 6 racing teams. In the first heat, we are going to get to see the Canadian Association of Singapore, or Canadian Dragons, who will do battle with one of the special teams that I've been mentioning about. And these special teams are the girls. Yes, folks, you heard them right. The girls who are going to do battle with grown men. The team from CHIJ Secondary School. How do you like that? No fear at all. And in heat number 2, we will get to see the team from the Singapore Institute of Management alumni, SIM alumni, consisting of graduates from SIM, who will do battle with Temasek Polytechnic. And in the last heat, we will get to see SAFRA, National Service Association, another pioneer Dragon Boat club team in Singapore, who will do battle with another special team. Again, no fear, having to race outside their racing class, Nanyang Junior College or NYJC. So this is a special racing block where we have 2 teams from the schools who dare to come out to race with the adults. Definitely out of their comfort zone and definitely out of their racing class. So you wonder why they do this. Because why not? If you want to become the best, you should measure yourself with the best. And that is the only way you can gauge your progress and where you stand in the Dragon Boat community. That is the main reason. Of course, the other reason is because there's no national schools competition at the moment due to more stringent control measures for such events. And here, that's why we have the teams here coming out to do battle with adult teams. And just now while I was standing at Boat Marshall watching them walk past me, I don't see fear in their eyes. They are not afraid. In fact, the other team should be afraid of them. What if a strong grown man team lose to them? The paiseness. I just created a new word there. Paiseness will last forever. So let me introduce to you to these teams. Canadian Dragons, another international business community team that we have in Singapore. Altogether, there are 12 of them. So Canadian Dragons is one of that group. Formed in 1996, one of the first expat Dragon Boat teams formed in Singapore. And they are a proud and steady member of the Dragon Boat community for over 3 decades now. Always striving and inspiring to be competitive and at the same time having fun, balancing them while building a sense of team and community. True Canadian spirit. And here are the girls from CHIJ Secondary School. Okay, if the camera can pan to the left, and there they are, the brave young girls from CHIJ, the Convent of the Holy Infant Jesus, which was founded in 1854 as an all-girls school. And there are 11 CHIJ schools in Singapore, and this is CHIJ Secondary School, where the Dragon Boat team, in fact, formed in the year 2003. And this team consists of 15 and 16-year-old all-girls school team. Okay, and they are going out and they're going to do battle in Heat 1 against the Canadian Dragons. Originally an outdoor adventure club, they changed their name to CHIJ Dragon Boat in recognition of picking up the sport. They never give up, even when facing against adult all-men teams. Like I said, no fear. And they know they are racing outside their class and age group, but they are not bothered. A team built of true grit and resilience. These girls are giants here. And they are true dragons. They truly epitomizes the spirit of the dragon, the brave, noble spirit of the dragon. And folks, this, by just coming here, by just stepping into the boat and just by now paddling towards the start line, about to do battle, they are invictus. They are unconquerable. We are very, very proud and honored to have CHIJ here with us, the future generation of Singapore leaders that has no fear. Coming up in heat number 2, we will have SIM alumni consisting of graduates from the Singapore Institute of Management who will do battle with Temasek Polytechnic, one of the stronger polytechnics dragon boat teams in Singapore at the moment. Temasek Poly was very memorable in the 2019 Singapore Dragon Boat Festival tertiary racing category, where they were able to beat some of the varsities in the finals of that racing category. In the last heat, we will have SAFRA, the National Service Association, one of the older as well as pioneer dragon boat club teams in Singapore, who will do battle with another brave young school team from NYJC, or Nanyang Junior College. NYJC was founded in 1978 and is among the first junior colleges in Singapore, and they are also among the strongest dragon boat school teams in Singapore as well. This team was formed in the dragon boat team was formed in the year 2007, and they consisted of students who are 17 or 18 years old. Dragon boat is one of the sports CCA in NYJC, which was started more than 15 years ago. And this CCA encompasses the values of teamwork and discipline, forging camaraderie. So very attractive to young people of this new generation. Currently, there's only the boys' school team, but the school is hoping that they will be able to form a girls' team as well. And although they are racing outside their racing class and against established adult teams, they are proud to give their all and show everyone that they are not afraid to try. Yes, folks? The future of Singapore is in good hands if we have youngsters like this, not afraid to try, and let them try and let them learn so that they will become stronger and better people, as well as stronger and better dragon boat teams. It is truly a privilege for everyone here or everyone that's watching on the live stream to be able to witness the future of Singapore and dragon boat in Singapore in the form of CHIJ and NYJC doing battle here with the adults in this century race. Crossing over to the race start line, we are tracking CHIJ, who is going to hook up on the start line. They will be in lane 4, and their opponent in heat 1 will be the Canadian Dragons, who will be in lane number 2. This dragon boat team, no. So this will be a battle against personal restrictions, against personal obstacles, because they are going to, if in this race they will overcome, if they are able to overcome this, then they will be able to overcome anything else that they will encounter. Okay, we are going over to the starter, and starter is lining up both teams for heat number 1 in the Century Open Group 7. Well, the starter is making last-minute adjustments as well as last-minute instructions to both teams on the start line. The calm before the battle. And here we go. The starter just call him to stand by.
Attention!
Here we go. Canadian Dragons against CHIJ. Canadian Dragons expected to launch straight off from the blocks. CHIJ is also doing well. They are going to just keep track of the Canadian Dragons. Like I said, their personal target is to able to finish this race intact. But here comes Canadian Dragons. And they are forging ahead. Again, it's expected. Canadian Dragons is expected to win this race. They are doing well. Nice, solid strokes. If you can see the way they are seated, they are consolidating the guys in front so that they keep the bow down in these shallow waters so that they can achieve a good cutting of the water. And here we are tracking CHIJ as they're going to cross the finish line. And they're going to cross the finish line proud. Well done, CHIJ. Well done. Clap, clap, clap. Okay, well done. Well, here's looking at Canadian Dragons as they approach the start, or wrong, not the start pontoon. They are approaching the boat pontoon so that they can get a breather and rest as they will have qualified to the semi-final. CHIJ will be going into the rapid charge where they will await the results of the other two heats. Canadian Dragons will be going as the heat winner. They will automatically be birthed into semi-final 1, lane number 2. Okay, back to the start line, please. Yeah. Let's move to the start line where we will see the teams in heat number 2 lining up. This will be SIM Alumni, lane nearest to you, versus Temasek Polytechnic. You can call this as a younger brother versus elder brother kind of race. A Polytechnic versus a graduates of a varsity.
3 and 4 back pedal. Three back. 3 back. 4 hold water. Come on. Are you ready? Attention.
Here we go, SM Alumni nearest to you versus Temasek Poly. Look at SM Alumni go. These are graduates of the school and they are regular dragon boaters, and Temasek Poly are no slouch either. And look at the two teams approaching the midpoint, the 50-meter mark. SM Alumni is slightly ahead of Temasek Poly, but this is where it matters, the final charge. Which team will have the stronger charge, will have the more powerful charge as they run down to the finish line? SM Alumni still in the lead, and SM Alumni should be able to hold this lead and cross the finish line ahead of Temasek Poly, claiming the next automatic berth in the semi-finals. Quite strong performance from SIM Alumni to outpace and outdistance Temasek Poly. Okay, so SIM alumni going into the next automatic berth in the semi-final. And Temasek Poly will join CHIJ in the rapid charge. Now for the final heat of this racing group, which is the Century Open Group 7, where we'll have SAFRA, National Service Association, versus NYJC. To use an analogy, this is the old versus the new, because SAFRA is one of the oldest dragon boat clubs in Singapore, and NYJC is a school team consisting of young students new to the sport. Really, old versus the new. So as the starter calls them to line up at the start line, okay, let's wait to watch which team will win this. Let's not discount NYJC, because as I mentioned before, NYJC is one of the stronger school teams in Singapore. And definition of schools are schools that are from junior colleges and below, consisting of the secondary schools as well. So in our definition here in Singapore, that's what schools are. Okay, the next higher than schools will come the poly and ITE and the universities, known together as the tertiary group. Okay, but the tertiary group can be subdivided into two other subgroups. One subgroup consisting of the polytechnics and ITE, or better known by their short acronym POLITE, whereas the universities are known by another name, the varsities. Okay, just announcing the official results of event number 83, heat number 2, the battle between SIM alumni and Temasek Polytechnic. Winner and qualifying to the semi-final is SIM alumni. So back to the start line, the teams are hooking up. We are looking at NYJC hooking up right now. SAFRA has already hooked up. That means the starter will be starting the race very, very soon. And we are going to cross over to the starter so that we can receive the signal of the start of this race, which is event number 84, heat number 3. If the previous race was a battle of younger brothers versus elder brothers, this one is the race between nephews and uncles, or son versus fathers. That age gap is that big. So anyway, to the starter for the start of this race, event 84, heat number 3 of Century Open Group 7.
6 hold water. 5 back. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Tension.
There we go, the start of event 84, SAFRA nearest to you versus NYJC. Right off the blocks, so look at NYJC go. Not bad, strong hard strokes by the youngsters. But look at SAFRA going now. SAFRA trying to claim the midpoint, trying to be in front of NYJC at the midpoint. But can SAFRA catch up with NYJC, or NYJC catch up with SAFRA? Let's see here as they come to the 25 meters. NYJC is in the front. Oh, this is going to be an interesting finish. Can NYJC hold SAFRA? Can NYJC hold SAFRA? Oh no. Oh, right at the end, SAFRA coming from behind. Let me repeat that. SAFRA having to come from behind to steal the lead from NYJC. What a performance from these young boys. What a strong performance from the young boys from NYJC. Oh, okay. The chief official has just signaled me that they are going to review the race videos, because from where they are at and from where I am at, obviously we are not looking at the same angle. Okay, they will need to review the race videos again to watch this race, because from where I am at, I see Safra crossing ahead, but the chief official say that may not be the case, and we are going to refer back to the cameras to ascertain and confirm that result. In the meantime, I'm going to capo and walk over to the chief official tent to take a look at the video, and once I know the result, I will come back and tell you who won this race. Stay tuned, folks. Stay tuned. Here is the official results of event number 84, Century Open Group 7, heat number 3. The battle between Safra National Service Association versus NYJC. Coming in at 37.931, Nanyang Junior College, and they will be going into the semi-finals. Well done, boys. Well done. So the lineup for the rapid charge, it will be CHIJ Secondary School in Lane 2, Temasek Polytechnic in Lane 3, and Safra National Service Association in Lane 4.
Ready to start.
And so we are ready to start with rapid charge of this Century Open Group 7, where we will have CHIJ nearest to you, Temasek Poly in the middle, and Safra backing up the other group. 3-boat race, only the winner will go into the semi-final. Temasek Poly was given a safety warning for violating a major safety rule, changing of crew while the boat is on water away from the pontoon, which is not permitted, because movement inside the boat may cause the boat to capsize, hence why they were given that warning. That means they'll be carrying that warning throughout the race if they make it to the final, all the way to that race. If they cause any further infringement, they may be looking at more severe penalties. So going back to the race starter now for the start of event 85 Rapid Charge, Century Open Group 7.
4 and 5, hold water. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention! Timekeeper, this is event 85.
Timekeeper to starter, Adrian, press the start button.
So this is the event 85, the Rapid Charge. Event 85, where we see Temasek Poly is doing battle with Safra, crossing the midpoint now. Here comes Temasek Poly. They are slightly ahead of Safra. Will they be able to hold the challenge from Safra, or can Safra overtake Temasek Poly or TP? Here, the last 10 meters is going to be TP. TP moving strong, holding back the charge from Safra, winning this Rapid Charge. And going into the semi-final, Temasek Polytechnic in boat number 4. And here we are looking at CHIJ, the brave girls from CHIJ coming up and finishing this race. Personal best, personal time. No fear. That's the motto of this team, no fear. Then let's give them a round of applause, folks. It is quite an achievement for an all-girls team, 16 to 17 years old, coming here and racing with adults and young adults. So that's a fantastic battle spirit that we've seen from CHIJ. They know that they are racing out of their racing class. They also know that they are racing with adults, but it doesn't bother them. They are here to test themselves, and test themselves they did. So as we look at the teams coming back to the pontoon from this Rapid Charge, it will be Temasek Polytechnic that will be going into the semi-finals. Warning and all, as we going to take a short breather as we let the teams catch their breath before we call the start of semi-final 1, which will see Canadian Dragons versus SIM Alumni, and in semi-final 2 it will be NYJC versus TP in the all-school semi-final. We'll be right back for semi-final 1. Stay tuned. Here is the official race results for event number 85 Rapid Charge. In the battle between CHIJ Secondary School versus Temasek Poly versus Safra Reservist Association, winner and going into the semi-final is Temasek Polytechnic. So here's the lineup for semi-final 1. Canadian Dragons in lane 2 versus SIM Alumni in lane 4. And the lineup for semi-final 2, NYJC in lane 2, who will face Temasek Polytechnic to be in lane 4. And now a special feature at Jurong Lake, the resident otters making their presence in front of this crowd that is looking at them in awe. This should be the otters of Jurong Lake. There are several families in Singapore. And this should be the family here in Jurong Lake, the local family. We do have otters in Marina Reservoir as well as the other reservoirs. But here they are. I think they just caught fish and the adults are about to give those fish to their juveniles. Cute little critters, yes they are. Wait until they defecate on your pontoon and then the smell will linger for a few days. So we actually stop movement, water traffic to allow the otters to cross because this is their home and we must respect their home. We are just borrowing their home and they are here every day. So we stop our activities for a while to let them safely cross the racing lane. And now here they are right in front of us, right in front of Passion Wave. Okay, and we'll be keeping an eye on them to watch where they are heading towards because we really don't want them to get into the racing lane while we have dragon boats charging down the lanes. And they are damn big, folks. Quite a size. I think the race should be okay because they are hugging the shoreline and looks like they are not going to go into the racing lane or crossing over to the other side. That's important because like what I mentioned, we don't want to have dragon boats charging them down. Okay, let's go back to the races and this is semi-final one. Canadian Dragons, lane 2 nearest to us versus SIM Alumni for spot in the final. We are going to the starter. Starter have already successfully hooked them up and the race will start soon enough.
Ready to start.
Timekeeper ready to start.
Okay, stand by. Thank you.
Timekeeper to starter.
Remember to press start.
Thank you.
I'll remind the small boy here.
Okay, remember. Yeah.
Yeah, but Reza gave me a task to do. You put feedback pedal. Put one whole water. Put 3 back. Put 1 back. Put 3 back. Put 1 back pedal. Okay, hold. Put 3 back a bit. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
Semi-final one, Canadian Dragons nearest to you versus SIM Alumni. And here we go, right from the start. It is SIM Alumni who has the better start, but let's see whether can they hold the start as when they switch over to their driving stroke or the maintenance stroke. This is the part of the race where it will matter. Look at Canadian Dragons. They are holding a very fast stroke rate, trying to catch SIM Alumni, but SIM Alumni is already ahead by half boat length. So SIM Alumni, all they have to do now is just to maintain this and to hold off the challenge as they come to the finish line. SIM Alumni will be going to the finals with a strong showing because they had the better start. Their start was more in sync than the Canadian Dragons. But the Canadian Dragons did not give up. In fact, they maintained their high stroke rate right from the start all the way to the end. Okay, even though contrasting racing strategies there, but we believe in the how a team managed to adapt to the technique that, and the team that able to optimize that technique is the team that will win. So in this instance, SIM Alumni was much better at adapting to the technique. As for Canadian Dragons, okay, this is not the end of this team. We'll be watching them again, and they will be featured strongly in race day 4, where we'll have the all-exclusive international business community categories. As we watch the teams come back to the pontoon, Canadian Dragons docking first, and SM Alumni is in their trail. Okay. Okay, let me take a 1 minute break. I will be right back ASAP. Official race results for event number 86 semi-final 1 between the battle between Canadian Dragons and SIM Alumni. Winner and going into the semi-final, the alumni that belongs to SIM.
Thank you.
Here at the start line, semi-final 2, NYJC nearest to you versus Temasek Poly or TP, hooking up at the start line, and the starter has indicated that he is ready to start the race, and we are also ready to watch the race. Crossing over to the starter for the start of event 87 semi-final 2.
Stand by. Easy, boat 6, back pedal. Boat 4, back a bit. Boat 6, back pedal. When I say hold water, don't roll. Stiffen your hand. Boat 4, back a bit. And hold. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention!
Here we go, event 87, semi-final 2, NYJC nearest to you versus TP or Temasek Polytechnic. So here they go right from the start. Strong strokes from both teams. Strong, fast strokes from both teams. And as they approach the midpoint, it is NYJC in the slight lead. NYJC crosses the midpoint first. Can NYJC hold their lead? As TP is coming up from behind, and this is where they will do their charge. The last 25 meters, here comes the charge. It is NYJC striding, but TP is still in the thick of it. Look at NYJC coming from behind. NYJC gonna win this. NYJC. Fantastic run by NYJC, holding the lead. And for instance there, we thought that they are going to lose that lead as TP was surging ahead. But NYJC did enough to hold that lead to cross the finish line ahead of TP. And now NYJC, they are going into the finals. Strong performance. Wow. This is turning into a major upset, this race. Where a team of 17-year-old boys, they've defeated Safra, they've defeated TP, and now they are going into the final. So as we watch the teams head back to their pontoon, the final race of the Century Open is promising to be a cracker of a race. As we watch the two teams head back to the pontoon, well done to NYJC. But let's not forget Temasek Polytechnic. They were in it right from the start. Just that NYJC had the better glide, they had the better drive. So Temasek Poly, when you go home, watch this video, analyze where you need to improve. You did nothing wrong, you just need to improve and do things better and more efficiently, and you will be there. Okay. At the end of a race is always the analytical part. Analyze what went right, what went wrong, and then come back stronger, come back better. So Official race results for event number 87, semi-final 2, NYJC versus TP. Winner and going into the finals, Nanyang Junior College. So line up for the finals. It will be SIM alumni in lane 2 versus NYJC in lane number 4. Well, folks, that was a very nice spectacle. The Temasek Polytechnic boys heading over to NYJC to congratulate them for a fantastic battle. Well done. Fist bumps between the two schools. So that is very honorable. Again, epitomizes the spirit of the dragon, the noble spirit of the dragon. That was very noble of Temasek Poly, taking defeat with dignity. And we know that Temasek Poly is a strong team, and we are looking forward to see Temasek Poly back in the that means the Poly ITE racing category on race day 5. That will be on the 25th of March. And we have reached the final race of Century Open Group 7, where we will see SIM alumni doing battle against NYJC, who has, against all the odds, defeated much older seasoned teams to claim a spot in the final, where they will now meet SIM alumni. Both teams are making their way to the start line. The umpire has just called the teams to hook up on the start line, and very soon we'll be crossing over to the starter for the start of this race. Umpire, call the teams to come in. We are running out of time because the last racing block must finish before 6:30.
Dia tak minum teh.
I minum.
Kopi you tak minum ah? Is it? Oh, teh also. Then you only minum water and this one still have. Come. Take.
Starter timekeeper ready to start.
Timekeeper ready to start.
Okay.
Timekeeper is ready to start as starter hook up the two teams at the start line. On the start line, sorry, my mistake. SIM alumni nearest to you. We are looking at SIM alumni right now. Boat number 3. As the steer steadily bring the boat forward so that the front paddler can pick up the whole buoy. On the other side, you can see that NYJC has already hooked up, and they are waiting for SM alumni to pick up the whole buoy so that we can start this race. This is the final of the Century Open Group 7, SIM alumni versus NYJC. SIM alumni is favorite to win this race, but let's see whether can they hold off the challenge from NYJC, who has defied expectations so far. So let's see whether can NYJC defy final expectations.
Are you ready? Attention!
Here we go, the start of the final, and from the start it is SM alumni that is blistering off the blocks. But it seems to me like NYJC is still in the race, but it's SM alumni who is striding better and driving stronger than NYJC as they cross the 50-meter mark. SM alumni is slightly ahead, but let's see whether can they hold this or can NYJC surge at the end, because this is where they are charging, and it's the charging that matters most. SM alumni is too strong. They are pulling ahead. They are already a quarter boat ahead, half boat ahead. SM alumni claiming this race, coming in as champions of Century Open Group 7, SIM alumni. And just right behind them, their younger brothers in NYJC, close up to SIM alumni. And as they come back to the pontoon, it has been a terrific run by NYJC, slaughtering giants along the way, firstly defeating Safra in the heats, and then defeating Temasek Poly in the semi-final. But no shame here and no fear, because they met with a stronger team and they were able to keep up with the stronger team right until the end. What a future the future of dragon boating in Singapore is, by looking at this fine young men, and just now in the heats, fine young women from CHIJ who decided they need some more racing time, and hence they come and participate in an all men's category. Talk about guts. So this concludes the entire Century Open Racing Group for the Century. Race 2. As you see, these two teams alighting from their boats. This is the final and the last race in the Open Century racing category, because after this we have one more racing block, and this block is the corporate mix category racing block 1, where we will see 4 corporate teams battling it out. So in the meanwhile, here is the official results for event number 88 Century Open Group 7 final between SIM alumni and NYJC. Champions of the group, SIM alumni. Well done. And NYJC approaching SM alumni to give just to tell them that the job well done, well round out battle. This is what sports is all about. Rivalry is before the race. After the race we are friends, and after the race we are no longer rivals. After the race, respect will be given where respect is due. Fantastic sportsmanship from both teams as the champion and the runners-up of the Century Open Group 7 depart the pontoon, which concludes the Century Open Group race category. Coming up next, the final racing group for the day, the corporate mixed racing category, as we get ready for that group to come down and embark in their boats. We'll be back with the final races of the day. Welcome back, folks, and this is the last racing group for the day. This is race group 8 actually, and this is the Century Corporate Mix Group 1. And if you're wondering if there's a group 1, there'll definitely be a group 2. So when will be group 2? So group 2 will be next Sunday together in Century Race Day 3. Why is it like that? Because we have to break up the two groups to stay within the 50 maximum person limit at any one time in that venue control measure. So that necessitate the separation of the corporate mix category into 2 days. So this will be group 1 of the corporate mix category, where we will see 4 teams battling it out. We will have the team from Club HDB Team B, GIC Private Limited Team B, Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club, and as well as the team from the Land Transport Authority Staff Club. So these will be the 4 teams that will be doing battle for the Indy Century Corporate Mix Group 1 race. So this is a 4-boat race whereby the heat winner will qualify to the semi-final. The heat losers will go into the rapid charge. And this time round it will be a 3-boat semi-final race where the 2 heat winner will meet the rapid charge winner. Where's Gordon? Hey. So at the start line now, we are looking at Club HDB Team B. Club HDB is the Staff and Recreation Club of the Housing and Development Board, the statutory board responsible for residential housing in Singapore. And they will be doing battle with GIC Private Limited Team B. GIC is the sovereign wealth fund established by the government of Singapore to manage Singapore's foreign resources. And they are also known as GIC Dragons. The team was formed in 2015 and has been actively bringing together GICians from across the organization for the love of dragon boating. And they are a tightly knit family that espouses and leans on the GIC values of P, prudence, R, respect, I, integrity, M, merit, E, excellence, or prime. Okay, the GIC Dragon Boat community continues to grow. The team relishes the opportunity to further contribute to the rest of GIC and the wider Dragon Boat sporting community at large. So GIC has 2 teams in this race. Team B is racing in Group 1. Team A will be racing in Group 2, coming to you on the 13th of March. Similarly, with Club HDB, this is Team B. Their Team A will also be featured in Mixed Group 2 that will be on the 13th of March.
Are you ready? Attention.
And here is a signal that starts the race. It's HDB versus GIC. HDB nearest to you. And here goes HDB. But it is GIC who has the better synchronization as they come to the 50-meter mark. It should be GIC crossing the midpoint first, or will it be HDB? Seems like HDB is not in sync at all, but all that will change if HDB manage to transit into their driving strokes well. In fact, it is HDB that has the slight lead as they come to the last 25 meters of the race course, and looks like the lead has changed hands again. It is GIC now that is leading the racing pack, and it will be GIC crossing the finish line ahead of HDB, who had some trouble with synchronizing their strokes at the beginning. They were not really together, HDB, and it is something which they will definitely go back to take a look again. Here we are looking at the team from HDB. Okay, they just completed their race, and they will be going into the rapid charge because GIC Team B has won that race.
It's all winner, and winner rapid charge.
41691.
4-1.
691. This is boat 2, and then boat 1 is 42755.
So now as we move back to the start line, we are looking at the heat 2 of this corporate mix group 1. Standard Chartered Bank or Stand Chart in lane 2 nearest to you versus LTA Staff Club or LTA in lane 4. Here's looking at Stand Chart approaching the start line, and there's LTA. LTA nice smooth hookup there from LTA. And as we pan out the shot, here we have the two teams in together with our starter boat. For this race, we have our deputy starter, Mr. Ong Wei Kwang, at the controls. Okay, and we await the signal from the starter for the start of this race. Crossing over to the starter now.
Boat 3 back paddle. Boat 3 hold.
Do not start, do not start, do not start. Do not start, Standard Chartered did not hook up, do not start. Do not start, Standard Chartered, not hook up.
Whoever do this hand to the right hand. He's holding what? The right hand.
It could be his mic because
Oh, he holding his mic to call his team.
possible.
But why no one hold the boy?
Because the front paddler don't know, I think. It's their first race, but so they may not know. Okay, now okay.
Okay, starter, the Stand Chart is holding on to the buoy now.
Roger. Boat 4, 1 light tap forward. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
And here we go, the start of the heat 2 of the Century Corporate Mix Group 1 Standard Chartered Bank or Stand Chart in lane 2 nearest to you versus LTA, lane 4 away, and looks like it's lane 4 that has started well, surging ahead and going to cross the 50-meter point first ahead of Stand Chart. So now LTA is coming towards the last stretch of the race, the last 25 meters, and here they are, they're going to charge, but will they be able to maintain this lead? Looks like they should be able to, as they are already half a boat ahead of Stand Chart. Here comes LTA crossing the finish line, winning this race and securing their slot in the semi-final. Stand Chart will now join Club HDB Team B in the rapid charge. which will be the last opportunity for either teams to claim a stake in the semi-final, because in this four-boat racing format, there will be a three-boat semi-final race. So how this goes is the heat winner will qualify into the semi-final automatically, and that will be GIC Team B, followed by LTA, the winner of this heat. HDB and Stan Chart will now face each other in the rapid charge, where the winner will join GIC Team B and LTA in the semi-finals. As we watch the two teams coming back to the pontoon, we are going to give them a few minutes of rest before we call HDB and Stanchart to do their rapid charge. Official race results of event 90. Century Corporate Mix Group 1 Heat number 2. Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club versus LTA Staff Club. Winner LTA Staff Club, who will now proceed into the semi-final. Lineup for Century Corporate Mix Group 1 Rapid Charge: in Lane 2, Club HDB Team B, and Lane 4, Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club. So folks, let's give the team a breather or two, and we'll get back to you once we are ready for the start of the rapid charge, which we'll see HDB Team B versus Stanchart. Okay, we are ready for the rapid charge of the century corporate mix group 1. HDB Team B in lane 2 nearest to you versus Standard Chartered Banks Sports and Recreation Club. So this is the final chance for either team to cement a spot in the semi-final. Only the rapid charge winner will qualify, will go to the semi-final. So a lot at stake here. And here we are looking at Club HDB in their turquoise colors. Bright turquoise colors, can see from far. Coming into the racing lane, should be racing lane 2. They are hemmed by a veteran steer, 65-year-old Mr. Chan Eng Lee, who has been around for a very long time and still want to do this, don't want to give up, which we should encourage. It's nice to see Mr. Chan out there on the water helming a dragon boat. The first time I saw Mr. Chan helming a dragon boat was way back in 1995, that far back. So very, very happy to see him still around.
Starter to timekeeper ready to start.
Ready to start.
Timekeeper and starter ready to start, and here is Stan Chart picking up the whole boy right in front of the starter. Cadence system, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
Cadence system is allowed, man, actually.
I know, but he holding.
Oh.
But this time they don't hold.
Right. Okay, just some small talk between the race officials. We're talking about cadence system, which is actually permitted to a certain degree. But we are going to cross over to the starter for the start of the rapid charge.
Boat 3 back pedal, you're not moving at all. Hold. Boat 1 back pedal. I did not ask you to move forward. Boat 1 back pedal. Stand by. Are you ready? Attention.
Here we go, rapid charge. HDB Team B nearest to you versus Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club. For short, I will just call them Stand Chart. And here they go right off the bat. HDB better synchronization in this race than they were in the heats. And I think they will hit the 50-meter mark ahead of Stand Chart, but just ahead. And this is where they will transit to their driving strokes, or the maintenance stroke, like what some locals like to call it. And it's the maintenance stroke that is the stroke that will bring you all the way to the finish. And right here, where you're going to start your charge. Oh, Stand Chart is in front, in fact. So Stand Chart has the better charge as they come towards the finish line. Standard Chartered will win this. Yes, Standard Chartered has just won the rapid charge, and they will be joining GIC Team B and LTA in the semi-final. It was a much better performance from HDB Team B, and they had a better start than they did in the heat, but it was not enough to to make the race go their way. It will be Standard Chartered that will be going into the semi-final. In the meanwhile, we see a red flag from the race umpire, and I can hear the race umpire talking to the race starter. There's some sort of infringement. Okay, once again, there's some sort of infringement. I didn't pick up what that was, and I think we will defer the final decision to the chief official whether the infringement is serious enough that it will warrant a penalty. In the meantime, as the boats come back to the sub-pontoon, we will not disclose the results yet, as there was a call about infringement, and we will be looking at the video to ascertain what the infringement was again. Stand Chart, is it? Here is the official results of the Century Corporate Mix Group 1 Rapid Charge HDB Team B versus Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club. Winner and going into the semi-final, Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club. Well done. So the lineup for the Century Corporate Mix Group 1 semi-final: Lane 2 GIC Team B, Lane 3 LTA Staff Club, and Lane 4 Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club. Okay, folks, this is the semi-final, or rather, the teams that are in the semi-final of the Century Corporate Bigs Group 1. They have just embarked on their boats at the boat pontoon, and now they're going to leave the pontoon and make their way to the start line. Please take note that this will be a 3-boat semi-final race where we will have GIC Team B in the lane nearest to you. LTA Staff Club will be in lane 3 and Standard Chartered Bank in lane 4. So how this works is that the winner and runners-up of the semi-final will then get to race in the final, whereas the last team will be knocked out. So all you have to do now is to qualify to the final is not to lose this race, and to make sure that you either finish as the semi-final winner or the semi-final runners-up. At the moment, all 3 teams are about equal. Even though Stanchart had to take the longer route towards the semi-final, they are there nonetheless. So let's see whether they still have the juice to hold on and to win, or come as the runners-up in this semi-final, because after this race the final beckons.
Race tower, take note, have launched 3 boats for event 92 semi-final. Thank you.
So we are watching the teams passing us by, and there on the screen, this is GIC Team B, and right behind them, boat number 3, which is the team from Standard Chartered Bank. Okay, corporate teams are challenging. What is challenging about corporate teams is trying to find time, getting your staff come together to train as well as to race, because they are all from different parts of the company, different departments, sometimes different shifts. And so the management and the synchronization of everybody's timeline is very challenging for the team manager. So then the corporate category is a very important category here in Singapore, because we would like to nurture the corporate category. And corporates have been hard hit by COVID, with restructuring, staff leaving, new staff added in, and so forth. So it is a wonder that we still have corporate teams racing in Dragon Boat in Singapore. At one time, there were as many as 22 corporate teams in Singapore, but in the wake of the COVID pandemic, we lost a lot of corporate teams. In fact, on last count, there are only 12 corporate teams now left. And SDBA is committed to rebuild the corporate category, and by trying to get more corporate teams to come back to the sport. This year, we are still talking with DBS about the DBS Marina Regatta, which is an important category for the corporates. And hopefully, if we manage to get that going, then the corporate teams will come back again. Of course, a lot of companies, they are also waiting to see what is the next safe management measures regarding COVID, because most companies, they are correctly prioritizing work over recreation, so that their staff can still function and the company can still function in this pandemic period. But hats off to all these corporate teams, as well as to the government statutory boards who are able to do this. Thank you very much, folks. We are humbled by your presence here and by the hardships that you all have to face. And we hope that we will be able to make sure that you still have a category to race and look forward to. Going back to the races, this is the semi-final, and we'll be crossing over to the starter very shortly for the start of this race.
Starter to timekeeper, ready to start.
Timekeeper ready to start.
Sure. Attention!
Nice clean start of the Century Corporate Mix Group 1 semi-final. GIC Team B nearest to you. LTA in the middle. And Standard Chartered Bank in lane 4, lane furthest away from you. And it's LTA that is surging ahead from the start. And they will be the first to hit the 50-meter mark. LTA, strong, synchronized strokes at the start. They had the better start now, and now here they are driving towards the end, and they are followed closely by GIC. Remember, the winner and runners-up will go into the final, so that is the goal here. And it's going to be LTA crossing the line first, going into the final, followed closely by GIC Team B, who will be together with LTA in the finals. Standard Chartered losing a little bit of steam right at the end. Not much, but still they lose that bit of steam and unable to catch GIC Team B. So well done to all the teams that will be going to the final. Okay, there will be LTA will be facing GIC in the final, whereas Stan Chart, after giving their all, still find it a little bit short to qualify to the finals. Nonetheless, strong performance by all these three corporate teams. Like I said, they have to overcome many challenges to be here, and we are very honored that they find time in their busy schedule and in the hectic pandemic work environment just to come out and form a team and come and race. So as we allow them a short breather before the start of the final race, we'll be resting for a little bit and coming back to you once we are ready for the finals. Here is the official race results of event 92 Century Corporate Mixed Group 1 semi-final in the battle between GIC Team B versus LTA Staff Club versus Standard Chartered Bank Sports and Recreation Club. The semi-final winner and runners-up will proceed into the final, and these teams are LTA Staff Club and GIC Team B. Here is the lineup for the event 93, the upcoming final. LTA Staff Club will be in lane 2, GIC Team B will be in lane 4, and there should be Otters in lane 5. And here we are, the last race of the day, the final for the Century Corporate Mix Group 1. After 90 races, this is the final race of the day. And we'll be back next week on the 13th of March for the Century Mix categories, 7 racing blocks plus the second racing block for the Century Corporate Mix. So as we are looking at the teams going to the start line, these are your 2 finalists. The team from LTA Staff Club, who will do battle with GIC Private Limited Team B. So both teams won their respective hits, and their passage to the final has been really rather brief. They won their hits, and in the semi-final, LTA bested GIC Team B. And because of the progression methodology, where the semi-final winner and runners-up qualifies to the final, that was how GIC Team B and LTA ended up in the finals. But this is the race that matters the most, because this is the race that will determine the winner and the runners-up, champions and non-champions. It will be LTA Staff Club in lane 2 nearest to you versus GIC Team B. As the starter called them both to hook up at the start line, we will be starting this race very, very soon, where we'll be crossing over to the starter for the starts. In the meanwhile, it has been a fantastic day of racing. The weather was very, very cooperative. We were lucky. At certain times, the skies were dark and threatening, but we only gotten slight rains. But it has been a beautiful day of racing. Not so hot, not so windy, just nice. Considering that it has been raining for the past 4 days, we were very lucky today to have been blessed by a almost perfect racing day. And this is the final race of the day, Corporate Mix Group 1 Finals. Okay, we can see and hear starter giving the final commands and adjustments to the 2 finalists. And we keenly watch and await the start of the finals.
Are you ready? Attention!
And that is the signal of the last day of the race. Last race of the day. Okay, LTA in lane 2 nearest to you versus GIC. And it is LTA that has stolen the lead. And they are doing it strong. And they should be able to hold this as they cross the 50-meter point. LTA ahead of GIC. LTA still going strong. Nice power strokes. Look at the white water that's coming out from the stroke. Nice power. Very, very nice power. And here they come. Towards the last 25 meters. They are already half a boat length ahead. And they are going to win this. And they are going to win this in style. LTA. Nice run. Beautiful run. Demonstration of power, precise strokes from the start all the way to the end. LTA claiming the title of the Century Corporate Mix Group 1. GIC Team B, even though they were able to match LTA start, but they were unable to match the power in the driving strokes or the maintenance strokes, which is commonly called in Singapore. But well done to both teams, especially to GIC for making it this far. And here we are looking at the champion team, the LTA Staff Club. Okay, I'm just watching the race officials confirming the race result. And yes, it is definitely confirmed now. Here is the official results for event number 92, Century Corporate Mix Group 1, the final race of the day. In the battle between LTA Staff Club and GIC Team B, winner and champion of the Corporate Mix Group 1, LTA Staff Club. Well done, sirs and madams. So, about to sign off here. We are going to shut down, but we'll be back next Sunday, 13th of March, for the Century Mix and the Group 2 of the Century Corporate Mix category. On behalf of the Chief Official, Mr. Gordon Choi, Chief Judge, Preeti Apple, Chief Boat Marshal, Sharon May, and Technical Director, Florence Yong Anti, we are signing off and see you again next Sunday, 13th of June. Thank you very much, folks. See ya.